Hello everybody, my name is Notepad Meanders and I write games for fun usually, but today we're going to be going over a few. Also, thank you very much, Lord's Magikarp 23 for following. Thank you. Investigation. There is always something interesting about it. What if spies? What if in the cold darkness of the world there's a secret war going on between spies and agents and clandestine organizations? I think spy fiction I think spy fiction is super secret agent, man. I think spies and investigation and all of those things, I think those are all, like, almost like quintessential, like, storytelling. And I think an investigation in general is also quintessential storytelling. I think every single story... I'm getting a phone call already. Awesome. Just started. Give me a second. My life is nothing but a series of hilarious intersections. Uh, yes, investigation stories are kind of universal. I think you can trace the concept of someone needs to find out something before something else happens, and through pretty much any piece of literature in the world. And if you really look at a lot of stories, there's always that investigation element to things. You monster. There's always that investigation element. And that investigation element is usually, it can be anything, really. Sometimes we have to stop a disaster from occurring, sometimes we have to stop Agent Super Secret Devil Agent Man, or we need to stop something deeper going on. Investigation TTRPGs. Now, I'm gonna type this out. Investigation TTRPGs. When I say this line, when I say these two words together, well, when I say this, I can guarantee you're thinking of a very particular game. Using my psychic powers, I can read your mind through the internet. And I can almost guarantee you are thinking of Call of Cthulhu right now. You know, Call of Cthulhu. This game. Notice how it's not even the tabletop RPG anymore. It's all the fucking video game that came out a couple years ago. But yeah, you're probably thinking of Call of Cthulhu. Why are you thinking of Call of Cthulhu? You're thinking of Call of Cthulhu because they call their things investigators, and that is what it very much says that it is. Now, the thing is, dedicated investigation tabletop role-playing games are actually very rare. I've learned this at this point. And what do I mean by like a dedicated investigation role-playing? I mean a game dedicated to the genre, dedicated to the concepts, dedicated to the act of being an investigator. Now, there could be a couple things of like saying, okay, what defines that, what is, what isn't. And anytime you look at things, usually, anytime you look at like an investigation TTRPG, there's a few games that pop up. Call of Cthulhu obviously pops up. One of the first things that pops up. Well, let's say you want something a little bit, no, not you, Phoenix Wright, Gumshoe. Probably the other one you're thinking of is Gumshoe. What's Gumshoe? Gumshoe is a game that builds itself very much for investigations. And it's supposed to be things about, like, you're a bunch of cops trying to solve something, or it's a or you are a you know, there's Knights Black Agents, there's Ashen Stars, Trail of Cthulhu. There's a couple different games that use the gumshoe system. Now, there's a couple of, let me see if we can find out. Again, we have Space Opera, Unwitting Horror, Bubble Gumshoe, which is effectively Scooby-Doo. You know, Cthulhu Confidential, The Fall of Delta Green. Yeah, there's a couple other ones that there are around here. Now, okay, we've got that. We've got like the investigation system. Okay, what else are you thinking of, everybody? What are you thinking of? Got anything? Probably not, because it's kind of a... yeah. It's one of those things where very few people actually talk about it at all, and usually when people are like, oh, hey, like, I want to play, like, an investigation game that isn't those two, you end up getting, like, really specific games, or you end up with, like, very, like, odd ones. Yeah. Even down to the fact, like, you can run an investigation in every system. Because Reddit's never helpful. God, I hate Reddit. Probably one of the more recent ones is Brindlewood Bay. What's Brindlewood Bay? Brindlewood Bay is effectively the Golden Girls solve Cthulhu mythos. Because for some unholy reason, we've entered in a brand new we've entered in a brand new thing. Monster of the Week. Yeah, again, like, even Monster of the Week, is it really about investigation, or is it about killing emo clore? Yeah, it's very specific stuff. But probably, like, if you were to talk about it now, usually it's things like Brindlewood Bay. And this is one that gets mentioned a lot. Which, I don't know about you. Can anyone explain this to me? I'm just gonna bring it out there. What's with what's with the Golden Girl core going on? Have any of you noticed that? Have any of you noticed that there is more and more, not Brindlewood, like Golden Girl inspired games, usually about little old women doing things, even though Golden Girls weren't actually all that old, relatively speaking. Did anyone notice that? There's been a few. Like, they do it once, alright, it's fine. You see it like 3 times, and you're like, is that like a trend? Am I missing out on the trend somewhere? But, yeah, Brindlewood Bay is probably one of the more recent investigation games that everyone likes. Which, I don't like Brindlewood Bay way of doing investigations, because the entire premise of Brindlewood Bay's investigation system is you build clues, then you make a move, because it's a PBTA, it's variant. Then you make a move to determine if you were right or not. And if you were not right, that means you just build from there. The investigation is never solved until you succeed at that role effectively, which I learned about the Brindlewood Bay system from Apocalypse Keys, which, in case you're wondering, Apocalypse Keys is effectively Brindlewood Bay as written by the most annoying human beings you've ever met. But, generally speaking, investigation games aren't all that common. So I've got a band of games today that we're going to be talking about investigation, or at least in that, I'm going to call it vague genre. Like, Golden Girls became a meme like 6 years ago for no apparent reason. Felt really forced at the time. I guess there's leftover effects of that crystallizing into games. Certain groups of people go all in on it. You see Notepad, the feature words that can trick Google into thinking you is the truth. But let's I want to talk about a very certain set of games with you, and I'm going to address this now. I color key on something calling itself Apocalypse Keys is a sense of dread. Yeah, it's Apocalypse Keys. We're going to do a video on Apocalypse Keys because it's actually kind of fascinating to talk about. It's a fascinating thing to talk about in a very different way than you would think. But the games we have set up today, we've got the City of God, Covert Ops, Svalbard. Now, I'm going to address this now. Originally, there was going to be one more game. There's going to be Odd Soot. Now, there's a very funny thing. Yesterday, we were supposed to do this case, and these were the 4 games in there. However, Odd Soot here is a Mithras hack. It's just a Mithras hack. So I'm like, okay, I don't think we should do the Mithras hack because we kind of need to talk about Mithras before that. I'm like, all right, Svalbard. I'm gonna give you a secret with Svalbard. Svalbard is about 10 pages. It is about 10 pages. You may say that 98 down there. That's a lie. This is not an actual game. This is an adventure for another game. Covert Ops is really simple, and I can explain the entire game to you in about 10 minutes. Which leaves the City of God, which City of God is about 91 pages. So I'm like, okay, we need to add something in a little bit more to bulk this up a little bit. So I added in... Come on, I believe. I added in Triangle Agency and OGL, technically, Classified Overt Role-Playing. I added these 2 in. So, we were going to start with the original Saturday case, though, because I think that's a lot more funny to muse about. And wonder why. The first game we're going to be going over, City of God. Now, City of God is a game about being Catholic. Oh god. Oh no, we going to Brazil? Not quite today. But yeah, welcome to City of God. Now, this is what it bills itself as, a demonic horror investigation, TTRPG. So we're gonna do some just do a quick rundown. What is City of God? Now, if we do City of God TTRPG, it's going to pop up its Kickstarter, and then it's going to pop up its DTRPG. First thing you're going to see, it's DTRPG. 1 rating, 0 metal tiers. It has not sold 50 copies. This is not a problem. This is just something to note. And this is Spilled Ink Studios' only game, only thing, and only piece of existence. Added late last year. It's about a little under a year old at this point. And I'm like, okay. But then you go to its Kickstarter. Now, this was a Kickstarter that came out, as you kind of see, last year. It needed £100 to get made. It's 100 British pounds. Now, for context sake, that's a little over $130. They made a little over. They made a little over $300 to make this game with 40 backers. This wasn't exactly a massive game by any stretch of the imagination. I believe this was part of, I don't think it was part of Zine Quest, but I think it was part of there was a very specific thing going on with this one. Now, the main guy behind it is Finlay Bosworth. Because if you can't tell, this is from Britain. He's a British man. You can't tell. He's Finlay Bosworth, everybody. It's Finlay, everybody. And if you really look at it, you can find pretty much nothing on the guy. He's a very, very normal person. He's talked about City of God. That's really the only... Yeah. As you kind of see here, this is 3 hours ago. Mind you, 3 hours ago. I didn't even read this today. Which was, as you can kind of see here, they're revamping the core book, which we'll talk about why that's a good thing. Releasing a campaign book with more investigation stuff and launching a website. This guy doesn't even have a website at this point, as you kind of see here, the struggle chain, they're kind of talking about all the different adventure paths and stuff. This is just what this guy does. There's nothing wrong with it. This is what this guy does. This is what this guy wants to do. This is this guy's fascination. And it's one of those things like, can I blame the guy? No, it's right here. Everything you want is right here. It's a little bit odd that he does call like, oh, it's currently in development. Currently there. I think he just hasn't updated his itch at all. But yeah, that's Building Studios. That's legitimately... That's the funny thing. That is the extent of what you need to know. It had one comment. Not a big campaign by any stretch of the imagination. No one to do except being the most hilariously British name physically possible. British. A bottle of water and all that. But welcome to, as you kind of see here, I'm just gonna read out the most basic thing for everyone. The light of Christ has abandoned us. All our once mighty cities have descended into panic and terror. The outsiders cannot be trusted. Night descends upon our forgotten villages like a ravenous curse. Demons breed among the population, spread their wicked deeds. I saw a man devour his own flesh just so he could be free of it. I witnessed our most noble women turn to twisted corpses and left to rot while suspended in the air. Every night there are those who go mad, claiming they can hear nothing but the whispers of the dead. Not a single home has been spared hellish turmoil. War, famine, plague, disaster. Each of these ills rips through our land like blazing wildfire, blazing 420 wildfire. Soldiers pillage our crops, barbarians seize our lands, greedy barons eager to line their pockets punish us with the slightest infractions of the law. What remains of the old order is but a shadow of its former self. The church embroiled itself in civil war, schisms led by charlatan priests lying in bed with the devil, extremist factions who would rather cleanse the world by fire than see it saved, and heretics spreading falsehoods in the name of God they do not care to understand. Disunity is spreading, more violent by the day. But there are some who have not given up their faith, despite the sense of hopelessness all around them. There are those who refuse to relent. Where there is no word from God, they continue to listen. Where demonic creatures seek to destroy our bodies and banish our souls to an eternity of damnation, they stand tall. They are prepared to die on the martyr's cross for us. They are willing to fight against the raging dawn. They are called the missionaries, and they answer only to the city of God. Now, this is effectively, you got toxic. Thanks, everybody. It kind of gives you like a brief rundown of the lore. I want to give you a brief rundown of the lore. Roman statue posting. Oh fuck, demons. Roman statues of demons. A demon, Jesus Christ. So this is the rough, this is roughly the lore, summarized as best I can. Effectively, it's the Dark Age. It's the start of the Dark Ages. Now when people talk about the Dark Ages, things get a little bit weird. This game is set very clearly in about 452. Kind of in that 452, that 430s. It's very much 400 ADs. Yeah, it does kind of diverge. It's doing its own thing. Effectively, demons are very real. There are demons, and they infect the world, and terrible, terrible things happen. And everything goes horribly wrong for everyone involved. Yeah, you kind of see here, rumored to be created by a demon that emerged from the ancient pagan tomb in Britannia. The Hillenar plague spreads to the population of Britain, killing no fewer than 20% of the entire population. When in doubt, just say, it's... Yeah, seek their own defense against a demonic threat. Yeah, it's demons. When in doubt, there's demons. Everything has been overrun by demons. To quote, there could be demons here, he said. Demons could be anywhere. Again, you almost want to play like the fucking Doom 2016 soundtrack in the background a little bit, when doing this, or even just, pulling up, pull up the Doom 2 soundtrack. But at its very core, it's a supernatural horror investigation. It's a bunch of Christian monks attempt to find a Cenobite kind of thing. That's the best way to kind of think about how you should introduce this game. There's a Cenobite among us. Oh shit. What do? I'm a dude. Technically, you are missionaries of the Christian church. Now you gotta remember this is Christian church. We haven't really seen splits in the Orthodoxy. We haven't really seen any of that. Because the concept of the Byzantines, things like that, aren't really a thing yet, by the way. And there's no such thing as Catholics yet. Catholics or Orthodox, it's just Christians. So, yeah, I kind of see it's like, it's the Dark Ages. And this is very much the Dark Ages of never-ending conflict between foreign barbarians, corrupt bureaucrats, fighting over the corpses of the old Roman order. Yeah. You are effectively a guy. That's your superpower. You're a dude. So, everything goes in there. They kind of, talk a little bit about what the theme is. And one of the big ones is the murder mystery in the Name of the Rose. You can kind of say In the Name of the Rose is the main one. And this is, for those curious, here I can... You may have seen this. Can we toot? If you were to really summarize what this book is all about, what this game is, it's effectively In the Name of the Rose, the role-playing game. Is this just a crime going on, or is there demonic influence here? Two monks must figure it out. Everything goes horribly wrong. Finished the work on my project for my master's. Now we can watch stream. Yeah, for year 1000, the Millennium Millennium. Of course we can toot. Everything can toot if we try hard enough. But, yeah, that's kind of it is very much In the Name of the Rose, the role-playing game. That's the kind of the best way to think about it. And he talks about it, he kind of talks about it. It's a pretty good one. How it mirrors things, and, it's like any piece of investigative fiction intending to terrify an audience must first form its built-in sense of stalking terror. Yeah, it's very much... It has its theme, and it's fine with that. I can almost guarantee you this guy watched the movie, or played the... not played the game. Watched the movie, read the book, and kind of did this with Echo Umberto, being like, okay, that's perfect. Like, we can use this for an interesting game. And that's fine. So, the most basic premise that you gotta understand is getting together, we're trying to get clues, and we're fighting usually just a demon. What does that mean? We go to a crime scene, effectively. Go to a problem. Someone has been murdered. Uh-oh, someone in this town is a murderer. As the missionaries, we're trying to root out the demon. Now, there are not many demons, but the idea is that each of them are extremely powerful, and they're extremely fucking mean. They are going to try to hide among people, they're going to try to fuck with people. They are effectively doing everything in their power to make sure that you do not find them, and they kill you. But this is a narrative game. But it's not like, oh, well, you enunciate what you want to do. You really only roll when you absolutely have to. Everything's theater of the mind. We are using a step die system. That's an important thing. This is a step die system. A little bit janky, but we'll understand why. Now, we have to bring in someone important. Thus, we're bringing in Attila the Nun. Attila the Nun will be our example character. She's going to be helping us learn how to be a good Christian woman. Sacred Sister, obviously. Scrunglo did the artwork. And you'll find why this is funny later. So, stepping stones. Basic idea. What's your name? Background. 2 experiences. Roll for reputation. Choose starting items based on your reputation. Select your attribute. Choose a creed. Choose 3 convictions. Choose a bunch of Inquisition prayers. And create an atonement. This is a lot to take in. And I'm going to give you a secret. So, you see this. It takes us to really get done with all of the character creation stuff, just getting to the gameplay. It's page 48 of a 91-page book. It's a long way down. And the layout of this game is a little bit, well, not great. A couple things that aren't great. One, it does like doing the, here's a lore section. This isn't actually anything, just the way that's laid out. It's kind of weird. This is the character sheet. Now, okay, everyone. I want you all to, let's play a game. I want everyone to play a game with me of what's wrong with this character sheet. Anyone tell me what's wrong with the character sheet? If you said this is a filled-in character sheet, yeah, I know. Yeah, no, there is nowhere in this book is just the basic character sheet. It might have been a separate download. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, no, I had to do a little bit of clever editing to get the character sheet going. But this is our example character, Peter of Helicanarsis. And we had to double check this a lot because there is a lot of there's a lot of things with this game that make you look like, oh, is that right? So, identity, who you are. One of the big things is he used the term ancestry. Now, there's quite a few different ancestries out there. They don't do anything necessarily. Let's kind of give you a basic idea of who you are. Hello, folks. But, yeah, so, old Romans. You can be new Romans. Celtic. Frankish. The only race that is defined by their ability to drink and kill. Burgundians. You can play Burgundians. You can play Vandals. Goths, of course. Or you can play Huns. Yeah, you can play Huns because Attila the Hun isn't actually a half-demon in this setting. He is an actual half-demon. But yeah, you can play Huns in this, hence why we've created Attila the Nun, because we are extremely creative and funny people. These don't do anything for you. They just kind of inform what's going on. But then you have your background. Your background's a bit odd, and the way you kind of see the way they're introducing all of these things. They don't do a really great job of doing this because you're going to learn about all of these much later because these inform a lot of stats. This is just a layout thing. But at the end of the day, everyone's going to have a couple experiences. Now, my experience is that I know how to swing a sword from my warrior upbringing. I can track anything due to my traveling nature. It is, I can do X because of Y. Grammatically best written is verb statement followed by preposition. I know how to do this. because of my time, because of this. That's really all you need to know about it. They're little vignettes from the character's backstory. Little things. They help you out later on. Now, then we get into backgrounds. These are your classes. Because, yeah, there are classes in this game. It's a very different thing to say. They're not quite what you would think would be a class necessarily. They don't give you like superpowers or anything. You get some bonuses, but not too many. We're playing a Sacred Sister, of course. Really, that's the only one available to women. So we are men maxing in this one. Don't worry, we are man. Various classes. Then we have reputation. I'm not a huge fan of the reputations. Now, the basic premise of the reputation system is that this is your social relationship as well as the amount of shit you have. Yep. It's like, how much stuff do you actually have? You can only go up to 6. Generally, most characters are going to be 0 to 2. Few people are going to be any higher than that unless you kind of work your ass off. And you'll be like, oh, that's like your reputation range when you run 6. That's a lie, by the way. Because it's appropriate to your background, and most of it's like 1d2 minus 1 kind of thing. You don't really get that many options to improve your rank at all. So it's kind of like, okay, choose as many items up to their reputation score. There's quite a few different items there that all cost something slightly different. Attila has a reputation of 1. She physically cannot afford any of these things, technically, because she's a fucking nun. And she can't have anything nice. And it's like, oh. So, you know, against enemy factions, might be using a negative modifier, threshold of 6 rolls. Like, alright. So then we get to our attributes. Can we determine what attributes we have? No, you can't. But we get here as the first kind of understanding of what the game is going to be. At its very core, at the most basic premise and understanding, you are going to take one of your die versus one of the GM's die. So, for Attila the Nun, she is going to roll her D10 violence against something with only a D6. We both roll. I said we both dropping shit. So I roll my D10. You roll your D6. I scored a 4. You scored a 3. I hit you with violence because I am Attila the Nun and you are not. That is the most basic understanding. It is every single thing you do is technically an opposed roll. That is why they don't want you much. So, you know, violence, agility, perception, humanity, willpower, faith. These are the most basic things that you have to really worry about. Attila is pretty well-rounded. You get D4 for free. But, you know, she's pretty well-rounded, nothing too extreme. And these are what the points cost. Now, they do not tell you that the points stack or not. They do not stack. If you want a D10 in something, it costs 3. If you want a D16, that's a D16, it costs 5. Yes, we are going to be using the funny-sided D16 dice. Kind of the idea of inventory. Inventory is whatever your rank is, you get that much stuff. There's a lot of different stuff, by the way. And then we get to our creeds. Now, what's a creed? Creeds are the different orders on which we do things. Mycolite, Longinian, Junian, and Augustian. Those are, it's effectively, you can be a sacred sister, but be part of a different creed. There could be, oh, I am a hermit of the Longinian. I am a hermit of the Augustan. I am a hermit of the Mycolites. That's kind of the idea there. It's your interpretation of Christianity. Now, the thing is, you're going to get different convictions and sins to define your faith. What you do. Why are you the way you are? Do we learn about that right away? No, of course not, because they introduce things and then they throw them aside. Then we get into inquisitions and prayers. What's an inquisition? What's a prayer? Inquisitions are your bullshit supernatural powers. Because yeah, you get some bullshit supernatural powers. Now, as Attila the Nun, I have one inquisition, which is Violent Soul. I hurt people better. But prayers, on the other hand, prayers are not supernatural powers. They are your ability to fuck up demons. The best way to kind of think about this is inquisitions help you figure out what's going on. I can talk to animals. I can hurt people. I can do this. I can do that. I can do my job better with an inquisition. We've encountered a demon. We gotta use prayers. And we're using prayers to weaken it, protect one another. That's kind of the idea. The more people, who have a prayer, the stronger it's going to get. Then we get atonement, because every single person is guilty of something. This is something that's directly fucking you up, and you get devotion points for doing it. Again, we don't talk about it too much. Now we get into backgrounds. This is what the actual backgrounds look like. So, if we look here, this is the, we'll go down to the Sacred Sister. This is the Sacred Sister. Recommended items, example ancestries. Legitimately, take this entire page, you just need this. This is all that matters down here. All of this other information here is completely secondary. This is the only thing you need to worry about. And right here, as you can see, there's a chance you will have 0 reputation as her. That means you get 0 items. You get a bunch of 0 cost items. Max wounds. How much damage can you actually take? Can't take a lot. Attribute points. You get 12 attribute points. That's quite a bit. 1 Inquisition, 3 prayers. Now, if we compare that to the Cleric has effectively less attribute points, more wounds, and a better reputation. With the Hermit, though, Hermit has, fewer attribute points, more wounds, more wounds, less reputation on average. It's most of these guys are pretty normal. We've got the Executioner. Your father was a killer. Your father was killed. As well as father was a killer. You hurt people. And as you can kind of see here, he gets more wounds, but he gets kind of less inquisitions and prayers to kind of investigate with. And finally, the Magistrate, who is probably one of the weaker ones, but he just gets a bunch of ways to investigate. And the Confessor, otherwise known as the guy who does things. He's get the most amount of stuff. This information can be up here, because just to kind of give you the idea, this is where we introduce the backgrounds. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages before we actually learn what they do. And alright everyone, pop quiz. Do you know how much it is to get a D10 in the stat? Pop quiz, everyone. You remember? It's 3. It takes 3 points to get a D10. 3 attribute points. I don't tell you this here. What you have to do is you have to get this information, then turn back if you want to double check, and then look here. There's a lot of flipping back and forth when it really feels like there shouldn't be that much. You can put these pretty reliably up here, and nothing would be lost. But they don't, because reason. And then we go into creeds. What do the creeds do? Again, all of this information is a little bit more like, let's do some basic lore backgrounds. Like, even let's like the, we'll do the one that was the Augustan Creed. Destroy all remaining presence of demons or ungodly supernatural creatures, no matter the cost. Yeah. In order with the Magna Code, the Great Code, in which practice of demon hunting, demonology were outlined in explicit detail. Fell the fractured group of followers, most of which pretend loyalty to another creed in order to survive or maintain their vigilant watch. They get these convictions and sins. Devotion points are effectively your good boy points. Want to do though, get those. Corruption points are your bad boy points. You also want those. You hear the word corruption and you think, oh, hey, wait a second. Corruption is bad. You don't want corruption. You do in this game. You actually do want some corruption because it's going to help you feed some of your abilities later on. But as we can see, Attila the Nun has her convictions and sins. Convictions are good things. Thou shalt free the enslaved, thou shalt destroy all heathen knowledge, thou shalt always punish the guilty. And the sins are usually things that you indulge in that you shouldn't. Lord forgiveth, I wish to torture the unbeliever. Lord forgiveth, I will not forgive. Lord forgiveth, I insult those who defy me. You play to your convictions, you play to your sins, you get points. More points, the better. So, but do they really do much else outside of that? Nah, excessively. Most are pretty basic. Which leads into inquisitions and prayers. This is the idea of an inquisition and a prayer. So, if I want to do the knowledge of sinners, about the characters you have met or seen or investigated if it relates to human sin, it's going to cost me corruption. If I indulge my corruption, if I indulge my less than noble acts, I get corruption that I can use my inquisitions on. As you kind of see, some of them are pretty heavy, but here are the roots. Communicate with the spirits living in the soil of the earth. Pagan madness. You need goodness. You ask a single question to any living animal. Hey, Roman engineering. Saintly character. You can get things like Violent Soul. This is Violent Soul. Act in particular aggression that puts your missionary in harm's way. You gain +1 to your next violence. Attila the Nun literally just wants to get into a fight because that's her entire modus operandi. On the other hand, I might be a legal scholar. Knowledge is authoritative, sounds as good as the law. Gain a hook on your next diplomacy action. Battle Master, Flagellant's Visions. Then we lead into prayers, which also cost things. Now, most prayers, if I go down to what prayer do I have? Sanctifying Light of Jesus. The Sanctifying Light of Jesus Christ. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Now, what this is, it's a contested action. I'm going to be fighting the demon. There are the demons here, he said. There are going to be demons here. I got my D8 there, as you see. I'm going to take my D8. And I'm going to be opposing the demon, doing its best to kind of fight back. The thing is, when I do this, any demon within the area of effect is weakened. They get fucked up being in my light. They say, oh, haha, you can't do this. Uh-oh. Oh, no, I'm being attacked effectively. And they want to start retreating. They start running away. They start getting hurt. As a member of the faithful, you always have the advantage over a demon, theoretically. You always have more options against them than they do against you. However, Well, you have the ability to weaken them, to control them, to stop them. They have the ability to rip you in half. So, I mean, the basic premise kind of boils down to I have the power to stop you, to hinder you, to make sure that I get a win. You have the ability to instantly kill me whenever you feel like if you get close to me. Getting close to you is the hard part. So that's why, again, you do an investigation, you're looking into it. You have to get close to that thing to do it, but it wants to get close to you to rip you in half and eat your bones. And kind of see, there's quite a few of these. Some of them actually require both, so you need to have both the good and bad things. You know, cleansing play at least are the least hostile to demonic entities. They seek to cleanse the world of their affliction. You know, prayer to the god of death. Contested. The missionary burns an item beloved or owned by a deceased individual using the flame of the holy candle. The voice spirit will enter the room and communicate with for a short time. The witnessing all conducting contested faith. If they fail, they gain 2 corruption points. Labdie got distores. Vanishing prayers are like the fuck you got mine one. You want to do an exorcism? This is how you do it. The missionary begins a prayer of exorcism, intending to bring a demonic spirit out from the body of a person. This prayer must be started by controlling with a cleansing prayer. Requires one supporter who have equipped a holy item. Yeah, but forces its possession out of a person. Now, can you run is this game partially inspired? I wouldn't. Is faith a little bit in here? The demons, John. Yeah, a little bit. Versus is kind of versus mode is playing in the background for this one. Now, Attila has, if you see here, God's True Mercy, which is a contested action violence. Target maybe use it. The controlling prayer has been completed. Roll to kill a possessed individual. Oh shit, you're possessed. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna kill you, and then I'm going to kill the demon inside of you. Yeah, getting the demon out is the hard part. Yeah, you know, right there. It's like, even like, yeah, someone's gonna have to pick up the Judgment of St. Michael. Someone's going to pick up Prayer of Inner Light. It's you're picking up things to weaken, to destroy, to hinder them before you go in for the killing blow. At its core, this is a demon with 5 resistance. Successful use of the crucifix would give it initiative to Father Grigori, allowing him to attempt to pacify the woman. Faith. The thing is, you are trying to beat them back. You always have that advantage to go forward. You can always push forward. Haha, I can ward you back. I've got all the tools in my possession. He just has the ability to tear me in half, and that's the problem. Oh, manly co-host. Hello, it's Neurobeat Manly, everybody. He's on that Zaza, as one might say. But good collaboration as well. Role-playing is important. This is the most important thing in the world for you to do. You have to just roleplay. This is a very roleplay heavy game. And if you are playing this in person, you'd almost have to set the mood right. Gotta set the mood just to be right, and you can do this pretty easily. Now, actions are the best way to think about it is they kind of like, oh well, you know, there's actions, there's reactions, and things like you don't gotta worry about that. Effectively, roleplay, do things, get clues. Major plot clues never require dice rolls. You only need to really roll the dice if you want to get, you know, kind of those fancier clues, or if you want some funnier clues or things like that. That's where you got to do it. And then you get the information, and then you use it. The goal is to create a chain of dialogue with exploring, which forms the foundation of investigation. Establish context for each of the clues to make up the plot. That is the best way of thinking about it. It's a game where you roleplay to find clues, where you actually investigate to find clues, and then you determine a culprit. Basic idea. They talk about the idea of stakes. This really isn't anything mechanically speaking. This is more of like the GM saying, hey, every single person here has a stake of being here. Why are they here and why can't they leave? And sometimes people can't leave for good reasons. Sometimes people can't leave for bad reasons. Hey. Because this is where that atonement comes in. Hey, I killed my brother, and in here, oh no, there's someone about kinslaying. Oh no. Hey, I'm part of the Michael, I'm part of the Warriors of God, and there's a demon here causing chaos. I have to stay and slay the demons. Kind of back and forth, and that. You're never going to leave this investigation unhurt, if that makes sense. And then we go to diplomacy. Now, all forms of communications are role-played. That's all you gotta do. Make them three-dimensional, learn how to do it. Talk for characters to make them say something interesting. It's a weird way of wording it, but when you are when you're talking to people, when you're investigating people, they have angles, and they're going to want to do things. Yeah, assigned with the tips for the missionary should see communicate through filter of a character. Writer lingo is a framework in which the character would communicate something. If you're talking to the bailiff of the town, who's a really nice dude, he's going to give you a little bit more, he's going to be a little bit more, he's going to, give you information pretty readily, and he wants to help you, but he's going to try to help himself. He's going to show up and do things that are he's a little bit forward. He's the walk and talk kind of guy. Let's walk to an investigation scene. Let's go here. And he's always going to be there. And that could be a problem because he's a bumbling idiot. Okay, cool. The bumbling idiot wants to lead us to clues that's probably going to bumble into things. That's something that he's going to give you the clue that you want, but he's not going to stand there and say, this is the clue. He's going to be like, oh, well, we got to do this, this, and this. Like, we got to do it. We have to do it. Because that's his filter. Other characters are going to be a little bit different. Sometimes they're going to be a little bit sneakier. Sometimes they're going to be edgy. Sometimes they're just going to want to mislead you because that's where they're going to give you that information. Gain inside contextual information about what an NPC is thinking or how they're approaching their dialogue. Hooray! The Bratty Toaster Diaz. So, they kind of give you the idea of, hey, wait a second, is he lying to me? Is that little fucker lying to me? Does he look a little weird? You roll your DA and, big D something. And you're like, oh, hey, I rolled a 6 and you rolled a 1. Yeah, no, this dude's covered, like, this dude has clearly just washed himself, but you can still smell the blood on it. Oh, I wonder why. That's kind of weird. We're like, oh yeah, no, he's being fidgety with something in his pocket. Like, that's weird. Now, this is the idea of hooks. I actually like the idea of hooks. Solid $20 Bratty toaster. There we go. There we go. Solid's $20 Bratty toaster, everybody. Let me just need to redo some things. There we go. Got the entire cast in there. So, basic premise is that you get a hook. Anytime you get a hook on someone, it's story relevant clues that you can hook on to someone. Hey, we were in this area and it was covered in blood, and there was we used a thing to and we've gained a clue effectively. Someone did some searching and this was done by butcher's tools. And that's a hook. We've got the hook now on a butcher's tool. Now, if we use this, we're like, okay, who would we be looking there and be like, hey, wait a second, who would have access to the butcher shop? Well, it would probably be the butcher himself. Let's talk to the butcher. Like, you got a hook. Anytime you have the pretty much the right information, you can get a +1 to +3 on the roll. Like, we've got the butcher's apron here. You are the butcher. What happened? Hey, that's not me. I lost my apron. Okay, what do you mean you lost it? Yeah, someone broke into my house and stole my apron and a bunch of my carving tools. I've been very mad about it since. Now, is he lying? Is he not? Well, you've got this information now. You can roll being like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, dumbass. And that's kind of the idea. Like, anytime you are trying to convince an NPC to help or, coerce them, you're going to have to get a hook on them. And some of these hooks can be something a little bit positive. Like, hey, I saved your life. I got a hook on you. Work with me. We can do this. Hey, I fucking know you killed your wife. But you're not the demon. I know you're not a demon. I know you killed your wife, though. You're gonna fucking help me. He's like, and you're like, yeah, you're gonna fucking help me, though. This leads to experience. Again, experiences, as you see, I know how to swing my sword. I know how to do all these things. At its very basic, you get context clues. You don't get a bonus to your roll. You don't get anything like that. You get a context clue. So it's kind of one of those things like, hey, we're trying to find something there and be like, oh, hey, because of this, I can find that information a lot easier. These are context clues that you get for free, effectively. Hey, wait a second. That guy, the way this guy was killed was not random. This was clearly like a clean strike from a weapon. That's someone who knew how to use a weapon. It wasn't someone just flailing. That narrows things down quite a bit. Again, basic contested actions. There are actually no turn orders in this game. Everything is kind of just back and forth as a negotiation of who's kind of has turns and stuff. And this is the basic dice roll outcome index. This is my relevant success or failure. I roll my D8, I get a 5 on my D8, and you get a 3 on your D6. I've got a +2. I succeed at my action at a cost. Something's going on. If it was flipped, hey, I fail, I inflict an injury or dealing harm to the effort of allies or enemies in general. Something goes wrong. If I ever had a total success, everything goes perfectly great. Is fighting an axe-wielding maniac and takes their head clean off. A total failure. For example, players fail to soul against the demon, tend to perpetuate their mind is briefly turned against their allies. That's kind of the idea. Failing by 5 is the worst outcome, but very rarely can you fail by 5. It's hard to succeed and it's hard to fail by 5 unless you are really clearly building bonuses with hooks and things like that. So, it should represent action in its totality, never inconclusively resolved. Everything scales upwards. There are counteraction perspective. Effectively, if you're not being directly opposed by something, you really shouldn't roll. Even if it's just the world opposing you. We got our basic stats. Now, I'm going to show something that's very fun to everybody. Now, mind you, this was just me. This is completely unedited. Well, outside of adding in the black. Now, can any of you see the problem here? I want you to really look at this. Really, get glue your eyes to the screen here a little bit. And can you tell me what's wrong here? I'll give you a moment. D16. No, don't look at the numbers. Look at the boxes. Just look at the boxes. all of the boxes are differently. All of the boxes are sized differently away from one another. The D10 is actually a lower box than the other. This is a little bit more obvious over here. It's a small thing that I noticed. When they were making the character sheet, they probably were like Control-C, Control-Ving a bunch of these little boxes together. Yeah, it's one of those things where you look at it from like a graphic design perspective, and like I immediately noticed it. Like immediately. Like here, this is like this is fine for me. This is stuff I had to do. Because remember, I didn't have a real character sheet to work with. I had to use this. I literally took this and just and replaced everything I could in it. But even here, you can kind of see there are small errors. Some are a little bit more pronounced than others. Yeah, it's yeah. Let me. And even just the spacing between the boxes are all slightly different. You can kind of see even it's little things. I just find that that's some JPEGing. Yeah, this is. I'm assuming what happened here was for him anyway, for how he made the original character sheet, is that what he did was in Affinity or something like that. Probably how he made the entire book if you actually like look at how the book is made. And even that. He probably took he had a master page that was a single texture. Kind of like a parchment texture or something like that, and that's what he used for everything. And that is it extended probably when he was fixing this one up, the actual like character sheet up. He Control-C, Control-V'd on all of the boxes individually. And that's why you get some of these that are like shifted down a little bit. Some are shifted up a little bit. Like once you notice it, you can't unsee it. But that's not difficult to fix, but yeah. So, of course, we've got our inventory. There's a very set of like inventory items. However, you know, change the special uses, explicit action. The player must take the mechanic of the item. The use, yeah. So, the context of wounds tended to be physically dangerous world. Death is around every corner. So, number of wounds that dealt in attacks are my 3 elements. Context of the attack. I am being stabbed in the back with a knife. That's pretty bad. Dice roll is involved. You must always roll the dice. The actions outcome. As a rule of thumb, normal success will inflict 1. Critical success inflicts 2. Rules of the item in use. Hey, if you're using an axe, it does additional wounds. You get to 0 wounds, that's pretty fucking bad. So, one of the things is, the narrators can declare to be seriously wounded when they receive damage from a single action that would incapacitate or otherwise grievously damage them to the point where they would require some form of medical aid. Effectively, the ruling that I would do is if you get reduced down to negative wounds, effectively, you take a severe wound. So if I say take 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I would take a 5th wound down to 0, I wouldn't get the severe wound. I just been nicked. I've been nicked to death. If I were to take something that would reduce me to -1, though, I would take a severe wound. Severe wounds suck. You have to try to get healed for it. If you cannot address it in a single session, it results in a fatality. Yeah. You can take a serious wound and you are effectively bleeding out. You are going to die. You need to get healed of some variety. This leads to the concept of infection. Now, wounds that go untreated for more than a turn or reasonable space of time have a risk of infection. What does this mean? Made me thinking, what does this actually mean? I have taken damage. Let's I have taken damage. Uh-oh, a Till of Numb has taken damage. If I do not heal myself, I'm going to roll a d6. I roll a 1, just like I have, obviously, and then just turn the dice on its side. If I roll a 1, I become infected. This is bad. Because what happens if you get infected is... yeah, it's, this provides them with a choice between the sessions of play. Of either just taking it out as that character in hopes of finding medical help in the next session, or giving them time. Effectively, if you get infected, you are treated as having a severe wound. And you have to roll for infection every turn. Getting even hurt a little bit in this game is crippling. It's really fucking bad getting hurt. Because you're most likely going to have that. You kind of see here, it's like, it's extremely rare, it's extremely difficult, and it takes time. And that's, like, it's... I'm like, damn, welcome to, oh, God. Ah, God, ow. Oof. Ooh, right there. Ooh! Snapping my back into place. Welcome to Demonology. Demons, root of all evil, they are effectively parasite creatures in this setting. The best way to think about it is this doctrine argues demons are souls trapped between the layers of the universe, half-dead poetuses, vengeful of the life that has been stolen from them by their unbirth. Never fully able to manifest themselves physically nor ascend to the domain of spirits. These demons are as children, trapped in an existence they cannot understand, yet by their own nature forced to act in violent reprisal against the living. But the thing is, they kind of say it's like, yeah, it's vengeful spirits born of one, they're born of evil deeds, they're evil physical creatures. Whatever they are creatures that want to kill you. Very few demons do not project themselves physically often. When they do, they don't like it. Now, what they do is try to get people to possess. They want to possess someone and that does evil for them. Or they want to manipulate people to do evil in their name. Now, what they do is they want to fuck with you. They don't communicate normally. It's something bad going on. I'm being possessed by a, oh hey, there's the black goat outside that talks to me in my dreams. It's terrible importance of things going on. Everything goes horribly wrong when a demon is there. Or Linskin hanging, sacks of red bile and altogether ethereal form, not uncommon. Yeah, you can't kill demons, they just come back. Demons scary. And use prayers, beat them back, inflict harm. Say, fuck you. Go away. By the power of Christ, get out of my house. Devotion and corruption they build. You want to use it and you want to burn it. And the thing is, like, again, I would say, like, they kind of say, like, oh, a missionary is, devotion is good, corruption is evil. I would probably not word it as corruption in this way. It would be, more like the idea of an inclusive form. I use the concept of purity and impurity. Purity is goodness. You want purity. Here, impurity isn't evil necessarily. It's just not good. It's more mortal things. And that's effectively what corruption is, I think, supposed to be. But corruption's also just fucking evil points that you need to build up to do evil point things. Yeah, it's not great. Again, men's faith missionaries. Generally speaking, you always have to have multiple people for prayers. Attila the Nun is not great being alone doing her thing. She needs help. She needs 2-3 other people to kind of back her up when she's doing a prayer to fuck up a demon. But you can support people's prayers by a variety of things. She's holding a fucking book, saying the Lord's Prayer, and saying the Lord's fucking prayer. On the other hand, you might be, reciting it with her, you're reciting counter prayer, other prayers to help, kind of bolster it up. You might just be the person holding the candle and the fucking incense. Oh God, have no fear. I've got 15 different things. Let's go. Mortis. So, banishing the demons. You can't kill a demon. You gotta just banish it. And you gotta find what it doesn't like. Demons are bad. They do things that are bad. Because one of the big things there is they get an ability. What's an ability? The demon can shoot fireballs. It is scorching heat. Everywhere around it, as long as it's in the world somehow, it is becoming horribly hot. Drought is happening because this demon is here. Because everything gets so hot. The days are hotter when it shouldn't. There's clearly a demon here. However, what's it do? Why does it? Demons thrive on something. What's going on? I, as the solar demon, as this creature that wants to burn away everything, I fucking thrive on suffering. I want you to feel agony every day, every night, every second. Because I enjoy your struggle and toil. I want you to plant crops in this horrible heat and watch them die. Because I'm a dick. Now, this is the... Why is it emerging? Why is it doing these things? What's driving it? Because the idea, you can kind of think about it like the demon's manifestation is why it's doing this. Why is it doing the acts that it is doing, and why isn't it trying to go to ground and hide? This is what you live for. But your bane is its weakness. Every demon's got something it doesn't like. It cannot stand the sight of its own form. It cannot stand, you can't stand a pleasant fire. It cannot stand people being merry. It fucking hates it when people are happy. It wants everyone to be miserable. And these are things that you can strike at. Hey, you got the ability to scorching heat. Oh, why don't we find some way to cool everyone down? There's a river nearby. Let's do that. Hey, we know it thrives on suffering. Let's start a party. What do you mean? There's nothing to party about. Yeah, I know. We need to get some food into town, and we're going to host a party, because it's going to drive this thing fucking nuts. So, labyrinth, around these attributes, banishing moment. Bane has been discovered. Should we come to the conclusion of the missionary's investigation? Characters play a final pivotal role. We've finally banished you back to fucking hell. But then we have resistance. Resistance is effectively demon health. The more of resistance it has, let's say it has 10 resistance. 10 resistance, it's going to be rolling, let's say, a D12. It's going to be rolling D12 anytime we're trying to oppose it. We weaken it. It goes down to a D8. Uh-oh. We weaken it more. It goes down to a D6. We've weakened it down to nothing. It goes down to a D4. That's how you confront and kill a demon. Well, not kill. Yeah, extremely powerful and with no 10 resistance for dealing with 2 resistance. Or life strength with contested. That has lost its resistance. Degraded, relent from the pursuit for a time designated by the narrator. Generally speaking, if you manage to break their resistance, they're running away. They're like, I don't want to do this anymore. But it's very difficult for them to get it back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that's really it. They kind of talk to you about the idea of how to form plots, how to do prayers, and how to make evidence. How do demons do things? Generally speaking, demons come in 3 phases. It's inactive or sleeping. Something's going on here. Something's going on. Build up preparation. The demon's trying to do something insane. The hunting phase. Well, we've already done this thing. We're going to kill you. This is to give you the idea of a 3-act movie. This is the first bit of the investigative movie. This is the rising action. This is the last 15 minutes. The demon is manifested. We're going around to kill things. Ability, manifestation, banes, and things like that. Then we have the basic item list. All the item list is like this really nice little cards. But like, let's see, like the sword, the spada. Only one. Or has now been lost. Violence. Items used in physical and never deals less than 2 wounds. Threaten. Situational. Humanity. Hook. Brandish to intimidate a target. Execute action. A faith contested action be rolled every time an indefensible target is killed. Execution instantly killed targets do not require a roll. The Holy Crucifix. Yeah, when in doubt, everyone should have a crucifix. Because it's your ability to say, no, and you're like, nah. Yeah, when in doubt, just bash people with a cudgel. The Holy Candle ignite, illuminates an area. That's a fire flammable object, less than an hour. Holy amulets, unholy amulets. They give you a lot of different stuff. And the thing is, I like the artwork in this game when it's like this. I like this. I think this game looks nice when it's like, okay, we're drawing all the little things. We're trying to make some cool things here. I even like the idea of the artwork and stuff. Like, I like this artwork. Just the way the game is laid out is a little bit wonky. And then they have an adventure in the back. But, is City of God good? City of God is a little rough around the edges. It's one of those things where the premise is more interesting than the execution. That makes sense. The premise is going to be the thing that's going to make or break you on this one. And you may look at this being like, wow, this is really cool, and I really like it, and I want to see more of it. On another hand, you could say, this is not my thing. I don't want to interact with this. I'm good. I'm done. Let's... Nah. I'm good. Very set, yeah, even like the set item mechanic. I like the set item mechanics. I like their little talk about, the idea of how to build an investigation. I think it's fine. Not much to talk about, though, because it's how narrative it is. It's not a very complicated system in the end of the day. I will probably end up taking some aspects of it. But the next game, because you think we're going to be having fun now, we are for one of them. I'll talk about Svalbard first, because Svalbard is... Svalbard. Svalbard is, if we go over here, had a Kickstarter, and it's by a company called Two Starving Gnolls. Now, Two Starving Gnolls is... They do 5e stuff. Let's not kid ourselves here. They did a lot of 5e stuff and Call of Cthulhu stuff. If you know them, they're probably from this. the Tome of Skulls, Svalbard, Skill Cards for 5e, and then Insight Fantasy. I tried to find stuff on Insight Fantasy. I didn't really get the idea of, like, I think they were doing something. I don't quite know what it was. And the thing is, they're usually published under this company, the never.no. Because these guys are a Norwegian company. That's a big thing. This is a Norwegian company. And I was like, all right, what's going on here? It's an Electrum seller. All right, like, there's something here. I don't know what it is, but it is something. Nothing too exciting about these guys, generally speaking. They're just Jarl and Avon, the Royal Norway. They're a Norwegian. Yeah, lunches. Yeah, they've been at this. They've been at the game. They've been at the game for a while, and I can always I can respect it to some degree. This is what they do, and this is how they do it, and they're going to keep doing that. Generally speaking, as of right now, their main thing is 5e stuff. They do 5e stuff. You can't get mad at them for playing the game. Let's just say that. And they kind of talk about. They do some blogging stuff. They're Norwegians. Have yet to clarify my position that every Norwegian I've met I've been annoyed with. Generally every Norwegian I know I want to hit with a hammer. It's a problem. This is probably one of their first games, which was Pax Cthulhiana. Dramatics combines puzzle solving, knowledge of the mythos, music, timed events, and the end of the world. Oh my goodness. All of these things going on, and god damn it. Yeah. I love Kickstarter. Yeah, they kind of talk about the idea of, they do a lot of Cthulhu stuff. Cthulhu stuff in 5e. DOC, 5e, nothing wrong. That's the game they're playing, that's what they're doing. Svalbard did not make like a $8 gajillion. Let's say that. It didn't make like $1 million or whatever. It made about 19,000. Pretty good amount, but they needed actually a good chunk of cash anyway. But what is Svalbard at its core? Well, Svalbard is a roguelike game. You might be thinking, Notepad, what do you mean a roguelike game? Well, it's a roguelike. Let's open it up. So, you kind of even see a roguelike tabletop scenario. That is the first thing you kind of see with Svalbard. By Jarl Hakotron and Evan F. Rosland. Borki. How is this happening? So, this is... If you want to know one of the reasons why we didn't do... Yeah, the first thing you do when you analyze games, to analyze the writers first. You learn a lot about... The thing is, you learn a lot about why a game has been written by the people writing it. And it kind of does inform some things. And like with these guys write weird scenarios. These guys write weird, odd scenarios for relatively popular games, usually call it Cthulhu. But they're allowed to do some weird shit. Now, the entire premise here is that, it borrows elements from H.P. Lovecraft. You're fighting, as Azathoth. Like, I'm borrowing element. It's Azathoth. We know, everyone knows. However, the main mechanism for Svalbard is to explore, then die, then repeat. You've read the book, All You Need Is Kill, see the movie Edge of Tomorrow, play Time Stories, or know the concept of roguelike from video games like Returnal. That's what we're talking about. Yes. I think this is the first time that Returnal has been mentioned in a relatively, like when you hear roguelike, Returnal is not the first game that I was thinking of. This is Returnal, by the way. Returnal is one of those weird games that I always see people like mention like it exists, but I've never seen anyone actually play it. Yeah, they get the concept of roguelikes from Returnal, not anything else. I'm like, that's an interesting deduction there, but all right. Yeah, characters die a lot. It's not permanent. They respawn. That's the entire premise. They respawn. Welcome to the... So they kind of talk about the idea of, here's some very practical information. They don't speak English as their first language. Like, I like how they say that. That's the first one. Being like, hey, there's a very simplified system, or just adapt it to anything. Play Call of Cthulhu. They're effectively play Call of Cthulhu, play Delta Green, play literally anything else other than this. This is a scenario. Now, this is the main game system. The main actual game that you are doing is called the TUM, the Time Unit Mechanic. In short, anything you do takes one of your 8 time units. Yes, everyone has 8 time units. Almost any action you do takes a time unit. So if I want to, we go into a new room, we fiddle with some things, and it breaks or something, that might take 1 time unit. If we ever have to double back, it takes a time unit. Anytime we have to do anything that takes time, resources, effort, is going to take a time unit. I mean, you say, that doesn't sound very anything. Notepad, that doesn't sound like anything's going on. The answer is yeah. Welcome to say hello to Manly, everybody. Everyone say hello Manly. Yeah, this is the full character sheet for Svalbard if you play it with their system. And yes, this is the time unit mechanic. As long as you are going forward, you're not burning time units. If you are trying to figure out information, or you're trying to learn things, trying to fiddle with shit, you're burning time. But the thing is, you're also going to die, and you're going to, wait, you guessed it, redo it. Because it's a roguelike, remember? With those 8 time units, you have to spend them a little bit more diligent. You don't get them back. Whenever you do get them back, which is effectively you are completing scenario bits faster than you should, you're doing your you still have to burn them doing something. Knowledge reduces the amount of TU spent on one or more particular tasks. Computer knows the password they desperately need. To obtain the password, 1 TU is spent examining files to find it. No roll of a dice is required for this. Here to discover the password, die later, and they respawn. They know the password. They don't have to spend it. That is the spirit of Svalbard. The scenario includes a simple TU track. We've included several tracks. You can choose one that you like. Create your own. TU markers like an old coin or a dragon bone fragment. Or you could use one of the Svalbard tokens that you got from the Kickstarter. Can you use it? Yeah. Yeah, you can use any of these. If you're playing it like Call of Cthulhu, the thing is, if you're playing it like Call of Cthulhu, you play it hyper lethal, and you set a timer for like an hour. The big thing for that hour-long timer is at the end of the hour, Azeroth wakes up and everyone dies. You effectively almost have to play this like an escape room in certain aspects, except every time you fail the escape room, you restart from the beginning. You're trying to rush through it as best you can. But the actual like system that it uses is the idea that you have 3 stats, bod, dex, and int. If you are doing something you are trained in, it might go down to 0 TU. That's the best way to think about it. We need to force this door open. I have a bod specialty. Okay, door's open. 0 TU spent. Oh no, we need to jump this gap. I have a dex focus. Doesn't burn TU. Oh no, a panel is broken. Doesn't take TU for me with an int specialization to open it. You get 1. That's it. And it's all about how you narrate doing things. Now, there are 3 special units. So, you need to do something that requires mandatory expenditure. Once you subtract the first one, 0 later on. Yep, need to activate a switch below the table. The locate switch takes time, 1 to you to find it. Well, any later on, it costs 0. Effectively, you're gonna enter a room that you may just need to burn time to get through. And you kind of see, this is the idea of like, I want to pry the door open. 1. If characters must return to a room during the same run, it costs a TU. If they reach a dead end, they have no idea what to do and just stray around and wander aimlessly, they spend 1 TU. And they get it. Yep, variety of situation. Effectively, the best way to think about it is that every character is extremely competent. And you don't need to roll for anything, obviously. It's say, hey, there's a guy who's running at me and he looks scared. I want to shoot him with my gun. Cool, you shoot him with your gun and he fucking dies. Hey, I want to light something with my matches. Okay, yeah, you light something with your matches because you have matches. I want to throw my knife at something. You can throw your knife at something. Like, that's kind of the idea there. It's pretty simple stuff. Like, this is the actual system. Like, they don't really have a character sheet. The entire idea of being injured is you get hurt. All tasks have +1 TU. Something that would take you 0 now takes you 1. It takes you 2, takes you 3 now. You don't want to die. That's the best way of thinking about it. If anyone dies, that's the thing. If anyone dies or you run out of TU, world's over as authorized and everyone dies. You reset from the beginning. The nucleus inside their bodies start to rearrange, creating endless, relentless agony in their minds inside of Azeroth's approach, the last thing they will ever see, showing the player a picture of Azeroth destroying the world. Yeah, if you die, you have to get back. You have to forcefully reset the scenario. So you don't want to. And now you have the idea of limited runs. I would almost say you have to put in the limited runs mechanic to make this game actually interesting, unless you're running it in kind of a different kind of system, or you want to do something a little bit odd with it, if that makes sense. If you are playing this as a adventure of a part of a greater game, then that could be a little interesting, like you're constantly looping trying to figure out something. But effectively, 1 to 3 runs in total. Buy a round of the pub for your players. This is nearly impossible. 4 runs. Stop Azeroth from destroying them. They find time to rescue all personnel in mine before it collapses. Safe escape. Injured in their escape. Die in their escape. Die in the mine collapses in 9+ runs. Azeroth is won. The world is doomed. So it's lasers and feelings +1. The base system they have is not even lasers and feelings. It is I want to ration out my small amount of points to do something. Honest to God, you could probably do this as an escape. You know those escape room games? I think that's the best way of thinking about it. Like, you have like an escape, it's like an escape room game. And that's the entire point. You could make this actually kind of interesting with the premise of it being, this is effectively an escape room where you are going through this. You have a set number of characters, like you have 4 characters that people are playing as, and you're going through this repeatedly. Every game session maybe takes an hour and a half, and then you win or you lose. You lose, reset, we start back at the beginning. We push onward. We know what's going on. We know what to expect. We know how to solve the clues. We know what to do now. Reset. You know, it's kind of that endless, you know, idea of going back and forth. And giving, my thing would be like giving each of the characters something more to do would be interesting. Like more set. Unironically, am I proposing a fucking manuscript game? Yes. Because you just got a little bit more to work with. But if you're playing this in like Call of Cthulhu, for example, then this makes a lot more sense. It's a little bit easier to understand. You can play this technically in Covert Ops as well, which we'll be talking about next. You can play this in a variety of games and probably make it a little bit more interesting in the long run. You know, kind of the number of runs you have before people die, and kind of like what the ending is. And then they kind of talk about like, hey, you want to run this as, you know, Call of Cthulhu? That is what, you know, that's all you need to learn about. How to start scenario. I am not going to go through all the rooms or anything like that. I don't believe that's really the point of what we're going to do. We're going to do room 1A. I just want to talk to you about room 1A. This is the first room that you will effectively encounter. So, I'm not even going to show you what the key is. So, path's about 15 meters wide and the only way in. Gravel road stretches from the inside of the station through the pass and turns right and downward. Characters just stay put for a minute. Vehicle will be heard in the pass, and then a UAZ 469, a light Russian 4x4, will drive at their own and continue down the road to the right. The vehicle's a crew of 2, including one man standing at the hatch, armed with an RPK LMG. If I stop the Jeep in any way, they'll be fired upon, probably killed. Outcomes described below. You know, either quickly past the UAZ 46 arrives, or after it passes, gone down the road to the right. Hailed by personnel hiding in some large boulders. Characters will just manage to get into hiding with that. If they hesitate, they'll be fired upon. Guards using machine gun. That is like the most basic idea of what it is. Every page in this game is technically a part of the greater puzzle, if that makes sense. The further you go through the adventure, the more different rooms are opening up, and you're trying to solve each of the crises inside of that room, is the best way to think about it. There's a problem in room 8A. What's the problem in room 8A? Well, this is the room with all the problems in 8A. Here are the possible outcomes. Here are the keys. Here are the dangers. Uh-oh. Oh no, there's something going wrong in room 9B. What's going on in room 9B? Bing, bing, bing. These are all the problems going on. And this is the, this is if you fail, by the way. Yeah, it's kind of like, how many, like, cover all the attributes, you know, for its system, replayability, use room puzzle dangers. You know, they kind of talk about all the different ones, like how it works, all the different handouts that you should be giving people, all the different room layouts, the different trackers, as you can kind of see. And that's really it. Like, this is the full equipment list, by the way. Yeah, we're, Svalbard is more interesting as a premise than it is executed, if that makes sense. It's like Numenon, except the system is missing. Yeah. Is Numenon the one where you play with dominoes? Yes. And I like Numenon. And the thing is, I like Numenon because it does its own thing, and it's very fascinating the reason why it does that. I feel this game is very adventure should be well prepared, heavy game. This game does have like a pretty it's a unique premise, and the thing is it does do a good job of doing it. I will say that Svalbard does do an interesting. I read some of the rooms. That's why I said like I don't really want to like spoil it or anything. You do want to play it. The interesting thing with Svalbard really is the fact that it is effectively a roguelike game. It's just like you have a relatively difficult time of doing things, and it's like, okay, with our limited amount of resources, how do we do this? With our limited amount of resources, how do we do that? But you have to play it with a different game. The base game isn't really a game necessarily. If they leaned into it a bit more and like built the entire game around that premise, like if you built the entire game around the premise, like this is a roguelike, you're going to constantly be going back and forth through it. And it's kind of the idea of more, you can even do it like it's a roguelite, if that makes sense. Like, hey, the entire idea is that if you fail a run, you get to keep shit. Not only the information, but you also get to unlock new items or get new things. Or, hey, you know a passcode now from your previous time doing this. Because you learned this passcode way later in there, like when everything was going to shit, you can now access something right at the beginning of the mission and items here or something. Skip a chunk of the game because you're like, I don't want to fucking do that, do the horrible, cock and ball torture section of the initial half of Svalbard. That could be interesting. They don't really lean into that very much because they don't really assume that's going to be the system. I think that's one of the issues with Svalbard, really, at the end of the day, is like, I wish they either just double down on like, it's a Delta Green up, it's just a Call of Cthulhu scenario, or double down with its own premise. I think it was kind of I think they had the idea, they said, this is kind of a cool thing we can do. And they're like, shit, we don't want to make it a Chaosium thing, so they just did. Yep, it's the nature of the beast. Now we're going to talk about Covert Ops. Yes, here's the thing. Covert Ops is a game system we've already talked about before. This is from DwD Studios, by Bill Logan, Larry Moore. We've talked about this company before, and this is all from DwD Studios. They've been doing stuff for quite a while. Probably the two games people know them most for is Frontier Space, and technically it would be Bare Bones It's Bare Bones. This is Bare Bones Fantasy. This is their other big game that they've done. We've actually talked about them before. You may say, what do you mean we talked about them before? And I love this website. We've talked about one of their other games, which was Art of Wuxia. I actually really like Art of Wuxia. I think it's a pretty solid Wuxia game. It's really well laid out. It does exactly what it sets out to do, and it's pretty damn good for what it is. But that is that's DwD Studios' main thing. Bare Bones Fantasy, Frontier Space. Again, you get various ones. And we're going over Covert Ops today. Covert Ops is legitimately it is the space version, and not space version. It is the modern day shooty bang bang version. I will say, out of all of these, it does feel like kind of the obligation one, if that makes sense. It's kind of a weird thing of saying, it's like, we have our fantasy one, we have our space one, we should have a modern one. And I think that's how kind of the existence of Covert Ops is prefaced off. We need the modern day one. I think Art of Wuxia, I really like Art of Wuxia. I've looked over Bare Bones Fantasy before. I haven't done a video or anything on it just because it's bare bones. Thought about doing White Lies because White Lies is like one of their newer games. I saw it and was like there, and it was one of those things, no longer based on the S&W. It looked like it was kind of its own things, and charged for the game or took over to make use of AR procedural for the entire book. Yeah, I mean, I like these guys because they're very open about it. Because White Lies was kind of like I don't even know what you would describe it as. It's a little bit weird. I looked at it and I said like, it's is a D&D. I'm like, okay, we're just gonna toss that off to the side a little bit. But I like DwD Studios. These guys are pretty good. Bill Logan, main guy behind everything. I believe this is this is Bill Logan. He's one of the main people behind this particular game. Dude, he's a dude from Ohio. Like, what more do you fucking want? Like what do you do? He's a dude from Ohio. And then you have Larry Moore. The thing is, Larry Moore is Larry Moore himself is the guy behind DwD Studios and the D100 and the D100 light system, or D00 light. He's the main guy behind everything. He's done quite a bit. Let me see. Let me see if I can find. I believe this is him. No, I don't even know. I don't even think he has a Twitter, or I don't think he has anything like that. But yeah, no, these guys are very normal people. I like that fact about them. Very normal, very easy working people. Liked Art of Wuxia, liked Bare Bones Fantasy, like Covert Ops. Pretty much like. I'm going to tell you this right now. I do actually like Covert Ops. I like this game. I think it's pretty solid. Yeah, D100 Lite's a damn good system. It's nice, it's reliable. There's nothing more that you really need to worry about it with. Of course, we've got Chippy, we got Big Toad here. So, basic premise of Covert Ops is that it's very generic. We'll say that. It's a very generic system. And war going on every day and all these things. At its core, it's going to be a D100 roll unders. Kind of see here with Chippy. These are your 4 main stats, which you will be rolling for 95% of everything. These are the most important things in your world. What you're going to do is you're going to take a D100. I want to make a strength check. I rolled a 50. I rolled a 45. I succeed at my strength check. I want to make a pilot check. I rolled a 52. I succeed at my pilot check. That's pretty much it. Most of the time, you're going to be rolling these. If a very specific skill pops up, you'll be rolling it. Skill, obviously. But that is... Strength, dexterity, logic, and willpower. Strength is pretty much covers most about who you are. Dex is how fast and how graceful and all that. Logic is perception, intelligence, and knowledge in general rolled together. And willpower is charisma, charm, courage, devotion. It's effectively, they merged a couple standard attributes together into logic and willpower. I like that one. Even strength kind of is. Strength is also kind of like con and strength put together. I like that idea. Now, do you have a skill or something? Yes. Take this. Skills do a lot more than what you would think. That's one thing you kind of got to realize. They do a lot more than you would initially realize. Saying, hey, I have detective. Having levels in detective does not mean that you have to like select one of these things. No, these are different actions that skill covers. Hey, these are different actions being a martial artist covers. Kind of see here. Chose nunchucks because God bless nunchuck. And make action checks. So, operatives, you got two options. You can either roll 5d10 plus 34 times, or use your pre-rolled stats. Now, Chippy rolled pretty good, all things considered. I think these are pretty good. He's a little lower than average in his dex, but Chippy is the largest Dutchman available, and he's eaten all the other Dutchmen. Therefore, I mean, I think it's very appropriate. Now, your origin does do things, by the way, so don't need to worry about it too much. But one of the big things in this game is right here. The idea of spending a bone. What's a bone? Bones, you start with 3 bones. Whenever you do anything that is vaguely risky or you want to get a little bonus on it, you can spend a bone. Bones are effectively your meta currency to do just about everything. As here, like reroll bad rolls, succeed automatically at resistance check, increase damage. These are very important. These are very good. However, the big thing, you can pretty much permanently spend your bones to pick things of your character that you want. You can roll on the chart, or you can spend a bone and choose whatever one you want. You can roll that or spend a bone. Right? You spend a bone to reroll a score you don't like, ensuring a better score. Some people really do not like rolling for stats and all that. Like, I just want to choose everything. Due to how thin this system is, that 5d10, everything is d10s in this game. Not another type of dice is ever used. And because of how this game is kind of works, generally speaking, you're going to have a lot more fun if you choose more random things than if you try to like min-max your character at all, just because the game is so light. It's kind of in that like OSR paradox where you're going to remember characters that are a little bit random than if you like pick and choose exactly what you want. And I like that. But yeah, you can do this or choose a pre-roll. Generally speaking, your pre-rolled stats aren't bad. They're pretty damn good, actually. As you kind of see here, Chippy got pretty average rolls. Again, he's a little higher logic, a little lower dex than would be average, effectively, but it all evens out pretty consistently. You are not punished for choosing that. So, then you get skills. So, your primary talent, you get plus 20. Your secondary talent, you get a plus 10. Everything else, don't worry about it. And then you get one skill in place of 1 in it, and you get another one that you can get a 1 in it. Don't get one from your background. What does this mean? If you have a skill in something, if you have a level in a skill, that gives you not only a plus 10, and see here, 30, you know, that not only gives you a pretty big bonus to it, it also lets you get some larger effects going. Technically, Chippy should be 50 here. I think I just math wrong on it. And you want to do those. Any level is going to give you a lot more than anything else. Your PS is kind of like your like primary, like these are things that you're just naturally good at. Chippy is a naturally good pilot. Chippy is a natural martial artist. Chippy is not a natural soldier or a natural technician, but he does have a level in thief, which indicates that he is trained in being a thief, even though he's not naturally predisposed to. And yeah, you can you do have the idea of selecting these. If you want control over your character, you do have the control here, or you say fuck it, we ball and roll like I did. Because fuck it, we ball. Various descriptors. Generally, you're going to get 2 descriptors, and these are going to help you get bonuses. You want to get these for your development points. You get XP by playing to your descriptors. Chippy is a culinary expert and unfathomably European. That is our problem. He is unfathomably European. Choose what your moral code is. Moral code doesn't really do anything. And then you get some items. So, you always get 6 pieces of gear to start off with. 6 doesn't seem like a lot, and it really isn't. Because that 6 pieces of gear will go away quickly. You kind of see what various things Chippy took. Obviously, he took his nunchucks. He took his leather jacket, a motorcycle, plastic explosives. Chippy's a psychopath. And then all your final details. Your skills don't take necessarily like a huge penalty for not having it. If you don't have a skill in something, certain skills are unavailable to you. Leader, medic, and technician are unavailable to you if you don't take a level in. But most of the time, it's whatever the appropriate modifier is, divided by 2, plus 10 per level. Plus whatever bonuses you have. You usually get some good body points, use your initiative, get your movement, number of remaining bones, rank 1. That's pretty much it. Nothing too complicated when it comes to making a character. It takes about 5 minutes. That's what it's like. I even said, like, it's not a very complicated way of making characters. And if I want to be really precise, I do actually get the semi-auto pistol. So, what's your origin? Now, Chippy is a thrill seeker. Because he is a thrill seeker, he gets these things. He can choose one of these things. You can get plus 5 will, plus 1 initiative, plus 1 rush to action, movement. You get 1. I went with bravery. I increased my will up to 65 with it. But you kind of see, I put these off to the side just as like an example. You can get 2 initiative, 9 movement, which is a lot. But if I were to choose something like being wealthy, you have a personal bodyguard. You live large. You have deep pockets. I'm an entertainer. You got chutzpah. You're famous. You're well-to-do. Things like that. You got quite a few of these to kind of say, like, where did you come from before you joined your super cool agency? If you want to say, oh, hey, I'm playing Metal Gear Solid in this system, yeah, you just can play Metal Gear. Most people are probably going to be military veterans. Yeah, no, you want to you want to play Metal Gear Solid. Everyone plays various, military veterans. Thrill seekers, being wealthy, and anything like that. You can do whatever you feel like. And then they kind of go over each of the skills and what they do. This is what I mean by, like, it feels pretty good with all these skills of, like, what they do. Like, even, like, detective. So, with detective, what are you going to be rolling? Detecting clues, using interrogation, and they tell you this is exactly what you're going to be rolling again. Shadow entailing. Any connections you might have. Leader. Hey, we're doing strategy. Here's all the bonuses for using the strategy thing. Here's all the bonuses for using tactics. Is tactics something different? No, it's just a bonus. You can always use tactics if you have leader. If you want to play a squad leader, you totally can, and it's pretty fucking valid, by the way. I will say, most likely someone will play, your big boss type who has these abilities, who wants to take lead early on and really do things like that. Because as you can see, there's quite a few different skills for you to kind of work with. And they all do something. That's the thing that's, like, important. You always feel like you get something out of it. Yeah, hey, you counts as an action. Rally cry, plus 10 to hit and damage for you to chosen allies to give up 20 to the resistance checks. Hey, do a bunch of things here. Bodyguard. Yeah, you can take damage for adjacent allies. Or just recruit people. Martial arts is usually pretty good as well, because you can just beat the shit out of your problems. When in doubt, beat the crap out of your problems. Out of curiosity, what's your favorite way to do character wealth money without keeping track of how much money they have, i.e. like a wealth score? I don't... Well, welcome to one of those, like, horrible little mechanics that I see constantly. I've been trying to figure out, like, a good way of doing it. Like, usually I just go with, like, get money. You just have it. You can always afford your basic stuff, but you don't pick up your basic. It's hard. Abstraction of wealth is a pain in the ass. And I've been trying to figure out a good way of doing it consistently. When in doubt, roundhouse kick. Yeah, again, you can do there's a lot of problems solved in the world by just kicking someone in the face. And martial arts does cover with weapons as well, and even dodging. Dodging is bullshit, by the way. Yeah, Chippy can fucking Neo some shit. Because he's trained martial artist, he gets +5 to all his dex saving throws. Yeah, he's rolling at a 53 when he normally shouldn't. Chippy, the largest man in Europe, can fucking dodge whenever he feels like it, right? Martial arts maneuvers are also really important. It feels like people should get more maneuvers than they do. Of course, medic is very, very important. Someone will have probably take medic. It's very good. Because being able to get people back up is very important. Piloting. They do talk about piloting a lot. Everyone gets land vehicles for free. But if you get more skills, you can choose, you can get air vehicles, sea vehicles, space vehicles. If you choose to specialize anything, specializing anything, you get a bonus to that specific type of vehicle. What does this mean? I'm choosing to focus on air. I'm choosing to focus on land vehicles. I get a +10 to this. Anytime I'm driving a land vehicle, even like right here for pilot, anytime I'm driving a land vehicle with a specialization, I would effectively be rolling almost a 70 because I would have one level in it plus +10. But instead of rolling 54 for air, sea, and space, I would be rolling a 44. Wouldn't be as good because that's just not my specialization. Scouting, animal handling, negotiation, navigation, survival, tracking. Soldier is your gunman. Pistols, rifles, gunnery, demolitions. If you want to play big boss, you focus on soldier. Various technicians. Thief is also really good. Thief is bullshit, by the way. Because you get this. Stealth. Ability to remain unseen and unheard. If your thief attacks from stealth, add +5 per thief level to hit and damage. If you have 3 levels in thief, you hit for +15 damage and with a +15 to hit from stealth. Chippy has 30 health, is 30 BP. You can potentially outright kill someone from stealth. Because you gotta remember, I'm going to hit you with my semi-auto pistol. I only got a 30 in that. That's not very good. You mean I have a 45 with my full stealth bonus. And if I hit you, I deal... Oh, wow, look everyone, I did 32 points of damage because I rolled a 15 and this immediately takes someone out. Yeah, no, you can be bullshit with Thief. It's great. Especially when you realize that you can attack from stealth with nunchucks. Oh no, there's a problem. Oh no, I'm gonna hit you with my nunchucks real fast. Oh, I hit you there. Let me just do 1d10 plus 19 damage. Oh, cool, I did 25 damage when I beat you over the head with my stealth nunchucks. This is the very abstracted costs. Like, and what's your lifestyle? You only get 6 points. You don't get a lot of points to start off with. You're going to get more points a lot faster. If you want to play like your Metal Gear Solid game, I would say bump it up to 10 points right off the bat instead of 6, but continue with the progression as normal. What I mean by that mostly is the fact that you can start affording kind of the heavier guns with 10, so you can be like, yeah, I've got a submachine gun that is, you know, made of ceramic polymer, with an extended magazine. And I've also got my, I've also got like ballistic clothes. You can outfit your diamond dog a lot easier. But yeah, we've got dirt bikes, motorcycles, some compacts, of course. You can technically play, get a muscle car. You can technically use Covert Ops to play not a Need for Speed, a Fast and Furious game. It's amazing how easy it is for you. No emphasis on investigation. Not really. Are we doing hard boiled but to John Woo? Like, yeah, you can play John Woo. You can do that John Woo shit. You can play Fast and Furious. Is it an investigation game? Really? Yes, by association, because you got things like your cover identity, backup personnel. You can hire backup, all the different kind of equipment packs that you can get to help you out. Just having a briefcase full of money that you can sub out for 30 points worth of gear. And the briefcase full of money. To give you an idea, the briefcase full of money is worth 6 points that you can pretty much times 5 the cost. I like the way they do this. They say like, oh, why don't you just use money? It's just like, it's to keep things up, people on their toes a little bit. It works. I think it's good. Firearms, ammunitions. The thing is, improve sights, spare ammo, full spare in one firearm. Please put multiple times for multiple spare magazines. Yeah, playing oh no, you can just loot from the BRB. Let me just grab ammo from corpses. Yeah, you can do that. You can play this game in a variety of ways. I like that aspect of it. But you kind of even see like auto tire repairs, communication ejection seat, glider weight. Yeah, you want to be an asshole and just have a rocket launcher in the back of your car. Yeah, literally, yeah. This is a mood. I'm not going to lie. This is a mood. Like it's a very specific kind of mood. Stealth check, military check. Your moral code, effectively the idea of your moral code is that if you play against your moral code, the game might say the GM might say make a will check. This is the idea of the martial maneuvers. I like the martial maneuver system. I feel like people should get these more often than they do. Or there should be a variant of them. But it's kind of the idea of like Chippy have what's Chippy? So, this is Chippy's martial maneuvers. Anticipating trajectories and timings of range attack. He may make himself very difficult to hit. Normally operatives who attempt a dex-based resistance check are at a disadvantage against range attack. It only allows you to use half his dex. However, using this maneuver, the martial artist is not at a disadvantage, including against firearm. So yeah, Chippy can dodge bullets. Not well, because he only has 48 dex, but he can dodge bullets. Yeah, there's quite a few different ones. Insanely cool moves. You can just use this to impress people around you. Instant awareness. Nerve strikes, reverse hold, repulse. There's quite a few things that you can do with that. And then you get development points. What do you get development points for? Consistently speaking, every session, you're relatively probably basically going to get, let's see, 1, 2, 3, or you're going to get about 4 to 5 kind of basic ones, and you might get some player awarded ones if people just like you. So you expect about like 4 to 5 XP per session. You gotta see 4 to 6 per session. And what can you spend it on? You spend it slowly. You can try to increase your ability scores for a 1-to-1 basis. It's usually not as great at doing it. But Chippy would probably want to burn his first few development points on increasing his dex. Once he increases the dex up to a good point, he's going to then move on to trying to buy some skills. You want to buy some skills, though. Skills are expensive, though. Might take you 2 sessions to buy a skill. However, if you have a skill level of 1 in something, you're better than if you had 0 skill. Way better. Kind of like add focuses, make change. Like, I want to add a new language. What rank are you? Hey, your ranks are how much shit do you get? How much cool toys do you get? Equipment allowance, more bones, you get teams, you get code names at level 3. You can build your own base of operation at rank 4. Yeah, they do make it a big point. Be like, yeah, no, you get a cool base of operations to build your cool fucking Doom Fortress. It's like, can you build Mother Base in this game? Yes, you can build Mother Base. Why? I don't fucking know. You just can. You want to have no fear. I'm gonna build fucking Mother Base. So yeah, that's really making a character. The basic game is just roll under your attribute or your skill and try to succeed. Now, you do have the option of multiple action. Multiple action tag, I should say. You get crits if you roll dubs. Basic idea. Roll 0 to 5, you instantly succeed. 95 to 99, instantly fail. However, roll dubs, you get good things. Dubs are where things go big or you go horribly, horribly wrong. However, resistance checks, things are going wrong, you make a resistance check. Hey, there's a contested action. Both of us roll, see who actually passes and who's closest. Then the idea of multiple actions. Technically, every round of combat or a turn, such as a chase or something, you get one action. You can do one thing. You can string multiple actions together if you take a -20 to it, and it's a cumulative one. You take 3 actions, that's technically going to be a -40 to your third action, which may not be that bad if you're just running. Bones, reroll, force another player to reroll something. Sticks and stones, just auto win your resistance. Hey, deal additional damage. Do cool shit. You won't die. Things like that. Pretty simple stuff. You're pretty fucking nasty to when it gets hurt. When you reach 0 BP body points, you effectively go down, and then you make a strength check. If you fail that strength check, you just die. Getting hurt is, like, this game is actually weirdly lethal when it wants to be. And that's why even having, like, 1 or 2 points of DR is actually pretty important, because a gun does 2d10 damage. This is a basic semi-auto pistol. It does 2d10 fucking damage. You're gonna take, if you get hit by it, you could go down pretty quick. So don't. Simple as that. Just don't get hit. Yeah, roll your pick the highest die roll. Yeah. So for example, Chippy's got an initiative of 1. He's gonna roll his d10. He's got a 3. If he chose to get double initiative, he chose to have 2 initiative. He's gonna roll 2d10. He can roll 2d10 and take whichever one he liked. He only has 1 though, and you won't be getting too much until you improve your stats. Movement and range. This is it doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what you have to do in regards for a map. The game is not going out of its way to say you have to play it on a certain kind of map. The game is also not going out of its way to say you have to play it. Generally speaking, you should arguably play it on a map because of how the movement works. You don't have to. You move very slowly, though. Like, If you don't play on a map, it gets a little bit more abstracty and weird. If you play on a map, you move a little bit faster than you think. It's a weird... The map they're working with is a weird map because it's very fucking far. So it feels like the map needs to be a little bit bigger than you would think. But on the other hand, you don't need to play on a map, and it kind of goes back. It's very weird. I don't much care for it, but if someone said they were, yeah, various ranges. Freeform range, just kind of improvise it. Basic idea. I want to make an attack roll. I'm making a... Chippy is going to attack you with his nunchucks. I said Chippy's going to hit you with his nunchucks, and he rolled a 39. He's going to hit you with his fucking nunchucks. Cool. You did it. Okay, you want to try to make a dodge check against it. I'm going to try to dodge. Oh no, you failed your dodge. You got hit. Take damage. Effectively, there's two ways for you to get hit, which is if you fail the attack roll, you just missed. They can attempt a dodge chance to dodge. Dex fags win again, everyone. Remember that. Dex fags always win. Because Dex is amazing in this game, and Dex is amazing in all of these games, I've realized. You do get hit pretty hard, pretty fast. Yeah. Very rarely will you have enough DR to absorb all the damage, unless you're fighting someone like with nunchucks. Or like, yeah, Chippy's doing 1d10 plus 4 damage. He could roll 5 damage or he can roll 14. Doesn't seem like a lot, but health isn't usually very high. You have to reload, takes full one. Automatic weapons are pretty easy. I like automatic weapons. I think it works pretty good in this game. The entire idea is if you are going against a single target, you get a +5 to hit and you deal double damage. If short burst, 5 bullet, 2 times whatever your damage is. If I am doing a long burst with up to 3 spaces, I'm designated 3 spaces, i.e. 3 people. You do that, and I'm making an individual roll against all of you and dealing ×1 damage. Everyone still gets the chance to avoid it. Everyone still does, but... Yes, everyone targets and takes the list dead dex base resistance checks for half damage, yep. But again, you lose all your ammo, which is really valuable, and you don't want to lose all your ammo. Then we get vehicles. Vehicles work the exact same way, even down to the fact that everyone has 100 build points, body points until they die. How fast are you going? Pilot modifiers, piloting skill checks. If you fail a piloting skill check to do some cool maneuvers, you just lose the piloting skill check and you have to try to get it back. Ramming, you deal ramming damage. How hard do you want to ram them? You take damage, they take damage. If they're already low, they might be a good idea. However, I'm going to tell you a secret. All right, everyone, I'm going to tell you all a magic secret of how to deal with somebody. There's an enemy shooting me with a gun. What do? You're right, I'll hit them with my car going full speed. Yeah, dodge this motherfucker. Yeah, hitting someone at full speed does technically make you, you have to make a pilot check. Because you take a pilot check because you just hit someone, but they take 12d10 damage, which is probably going to kill them outright. And they just explode into a shower of gore, which is funny. Mind you, you could lose control and crash into something because most of your windshield is probably gone and or covered in blood. And then we go into the chasing. Chase scenes are pretty simple to understand. Just get the idea of how fast are you going, how fast are they going, and you're making checks to try to catch up to them. If your movement score is higher than theirs, you're going to eventually check up, get them if they win. However, another great image. another fantastic image. Again, it's a mood. Very A-team. Success mods, getting hurt, how do you break things. Very simple game. Very easy to understand. Oh no, you're prone. Cool. On the disadvantage and dex-based resistance check, suffers -20 to attack and melee and throw weapons. Cool. Neat. You're unconscious. You're weakened. You're fatigued. You're just fucking tired. Oh no. And that's really it. It's not too... Like, most minor NPCs are things like, you get, like, Patrolman 45% chance of spotting things or using Taser, but you use half of it anytime it's an unrelated action. They're very basic. They get, like, one thing. They don't do multi-actions, minimal gear. Don't do anything fun and exciting. They do talk about, like, security systems. I'm like, oh, hey, it's a domestic-grade security system. It's pretty easy to notice, and it's pretty easy to avoid it. But what is? Let's see. It's a let's roll a security system up. Well, it's a domestic grade. We're breaking into someone's house, and we are. Let's see what the trigger is. Everyone, 75. A light curtain, visible light or infrared. These curtains cover the entire floors, hallways. Tripped when the light is broken. Camera systems, electrical sensors, monitor system. Yeah, just make one. How do we get past it? Let's see. 82. Security token. We need a pin. How do we disable it? We need a pin. Boom. What happens when we do? There's an alarm that goes off. There's a audible charm that goes off. It deals damage to us or something like that. Right there, silent security system. Pretty easy to notice it. Pretty easy to disarm it. Right there, we need a keypad code. It's kind of the idea of like, we have to break into a house. We can disable it, and we can do it the hard way, or the passcode is 1234. We type in 1234, and it just disables itself. Multiple avenues for multiple reasons. And of course, we can, fight a gorilla in this game. Don't you want to fight a gorilla? And they kind of talk about like major NPCs. They kind of get the exact same abilities you do, what their organization looks like, what's their thing, where are they from? Hey, you can technically be from Brazil. You want to be from Brazil or Yemen or Sri Lanka? Hey, what's your organization agenda? What's your villain like? What's your henchman like? Because henchmen are all, a little bit better than you, and you can just fight Evil Genius from the game Evil Genius. What's their gimmick? Well, their gimmick is that they're a bunch of, you hire a bunch of goons, and like, don't worry, everyone, it's Dr. Scarface and his two henchmen and minions. That's pretty much it. Does this game have anything to do with investigation? No. It has something to do with investigation in the vague idea that it is a spy game. Is it anything more or anything less than that? No. Covert Ops is solid. It does its job, but it's very much compared to Crime Fighter, which one is the better investigation game? I think Crime Fighter is the game we went over the other day. I think Crime Fighter is a better, like, just cop game for just investigating shit. Because, generally speaking, you want to do investigation stuff there because you're a cop, you're a beat cop. That's the entire point. Covert Ops is the kind of system that you can adapt to do a lot of different things. And you may say, I want to run a Metal Gear Solid game. I want to become Outer Heaven. And we want to run a bunch of I want to run a game about being members of the Diamond Dogs, going on missions behind the scenes. Cool. You can run it in Covert Ops really easy. Hey, I want to do my pseudo James Bond thing. Cool, just play it in Covert Ops. Hey, I want to do something vague. I want to play the A-Team, Covert Ops. Hey, I want to play a hardcore detective game, Covert Ops. Like, you can use this system to do a lot more things than Crime Fighter can do. I think that's the best way of thinking about it. Crime Fighter does its thing, and that's good. Covert Ops does a lot of things, and it's decent at doing all of them. It's never going to be like if there's a chance for doing something really specific and kind of being a little bit more generalized with doing it, Covert Ops is going to be your generalized pick. If you want something to be really specific, this isn't going to be your pick. But I like DwD and I like Covert Ops. I think the game's solid. Really, the biggest problem is it. The major problem is it's very generic. That's, I think, the biggest. But I'm going to get water now because I'm very thirsty. I'm a thirsty boy. Oof. See, I'm gonna tell you all a secret here about your boy Notepad. I sit like an old man. I'm gonna tell you why. You may be wondering, Notepad, how do you sit like an old man? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that statement? I have this very bad tendency. This is something I've done my entire life, and I've realized I do this my entire life. There's a reason for this. I will sit when I am just sitting down in a chair. I do not sit in the chair normally. And as you can see, my distorted body being a horror sight for everyone. I do not sit in the chair like that. No, I very rarely do because I'm just tall. I'm a very tall person. And because I'm very tall, your boy Notepad doesn't sit in the chair normal. What I end up doing a lot is I will sit in the chair, but I will cross my leg like this. Almost every single time I sit down in a chair or anything, I will cross my leg. And this is just something I do. Now, what happens, though, is because of how seats are made, my leg is like, when I kind of cross my leg, it's more like it's focused upwards than anything. It kind of like leans down a little bit on my knee. What I'm saying this is my left foot is completely asleep right now, and I just went to the kitchen to get my bottle of water, and I kind of staggered over there. It was a comedy show because my life is one. I live in hell. So let's get back to a game that is a little bit more direct. So to kind of give you a little bit of a Notepad, why are you like? Say annihilates my knee. Why are you like this? I've been doing it since I was a boy. Since I was a wee Notepad, a wee Windows program. Now, those 3 games I just went over, Svalbard, City of God, and DwD. I went over, those were going to be the original things. Those are going to be the original games for yesterday's case. You understand why I didn't do it. I do it. Problem. There's no problem with it. It's just that I do it and my foot becomes asleep. My foot goes to sleep a lot, I realize. And it's very funny when you are trying to go somewhere with half of your leg asleep. Like, oh. But those were the 3 games I meant to go over there, and I was like, okay, this was not enough. All of these games, like, Svalbard isn't really even a game, hardly. City of God is interesting, but it's kind of janky. Covert Ops is a completely different game, doesn't really sell the theme. But there were 2 games that popped up for very different reasons. The first one, going over now, is a game called Classified, Covert Role-Playing in the World of Secret Agents, by Expeditious Retreat Press. Now, you may have heard of this game. You may have not. Now, what is Classified? If you go Classified... Actually, Classified TTRPG. If you do this, it's by this company right here, Expeditious Retreat. Blech. It's by these guys. What do they publish mostly? They publish a lot of OSE, OSR stuff. They're an old school people. They do old school stuff. Classified is right here. Gold bestseller, sold over, it sold a decent number of copies. Nothing too extreme. However, this is a retro clone. Yes, this is a retro clone. And that's an interesting note to make. So, first things first, who's the man behind the thing? No fucking clue. Browning is known for this. Actually, the actual company, to give you an idea of why this company is hilarious, City Max website builder, xrshop.citymax.com. Yeah, they're yeah, they're using a free website builder effectively, and this is their website at 100%. Website design is my passion, as you might know. They've got a Lulu store. John Browning, you can't even see there. Like, they do a lot of OSR stuff. That's their bread and butter, you could say, is OSR stuff. One of their big things there is, you have the sorcery and super science blog, obviously. This hasn't been updated in a while, about a year at this point. Like, alright, import, export, it looks like it's more like a book series that he's been doing it. A lot of this stuff is there. He is Canadian. Composed Dreams games. Same thing here. I don't even think he might sell Classified on here. He might. But what did I mean when I said, like, wait a second, this is an OSR product, technically? Well, way back in the day, way back in yesterday, there was the James Bond 007 role-playing game by Victory Games, or you might know them as Avalon Hill. Yep. Victory Games was effectively Avalon Hill's... Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like, Victory Games was like a subset of Avalon Hill when SPI collapsed in upon itself. And it became like its own subsidiary company, and it's a whole shit show. And Victory Games did really good for a while. And that was what they did. That was their thing. One of their big things was James Bond 007, the role-playing in Her Majesty's Secret Service. There were quite a few different things. D10, it's a percentile system, all of these things here. Action rounds, hero points, main rules, all the different adventures that you could have. Ooh, you want to do the villains set? Ooh, we got the villains supplement, the Q manual, Demaster Pack for your information, thrilling locations, various international editions. You know, a lot of different things going on with it. This was actually for a while one of the, how do I want it? One of the, if not the most popular espionage role-playing games ever at this time. It was only for 4 years, but it was very clearly a very popular game. Classified is technically an OSR, quote-unquote, variant of that. It is, they took this game and they made it into a generic version, which became Classified. Working on magic system that can be analyzed and combined. Do I have any good RPG that I could read to get some inspiration? Other than ARD, didn't like it. Ars Magica. Ars, let me think. It's fuck, I don't know. If you want something, I don't care for the game, but you may get some value out of Hexen Academy. I don't much care for the game itself, but I understand there. Mage the Ascension, obviously Mage the Awakening. Both of the White Wolf games do that pretty well. It's its own thing, but you might be able to glean some information off of it. Oh God. Oh Jesus. I'm having a stroke. What is that one? There's another game that has like a weirdly detailed magic system. I can't remember it. But alas. Yes, this is Classified. You can't even see, we got the Operation Rogue Lion, Olympus Rising. You kind of got a couple different of these different games for you to enjoy if you want to play Classified. Your Rogue Lion. So, what's the game actually about? Well, we're going to need some assistance. We're going to need someone who damn well knows what's going on. Of course, we're going to bring in Kenshi 0014. The war on terror starts on the runway and ends with a bullet. I was trying to get the most mewing Malaysian man I could. Because, as we all know, Kenshi is in fact a Malaysian ultra-nationalist. So, let's get into it a little bit. This game is a little dense. People always ask me, why do you have the mascots in the corner? The mascots are in the corner are for this exact reason, and that this is a very white book. It's just to bring some color out. Basic system, basic idea. Literally first page. Also, if you notice everything's 00 something. Kind of the first thing is that we learn about our 5 characteristics: strength, deck, will, perception, and intelligence. Pretty easy to understand. Basic idea: if you want to perform any action, you announce the action that you want to do, and is it worth, and what do you actually have to roll for? So, let's say, for example, hey, you need to make a perception check right now. You need to make a perception check. So, my perception is 10. I go down here. Here's my 10. Let's say the difficulty factor is 7. Pretty easy, all things considered. I multiply my base chance times the difficulty factor, and I get my result on the D100 roll. Nice. And I roll. I rolled a 14. Ooh, I scored really good success there. That is the system. Everything you need to do is based around that idea. Now, you can do some things, as you kind of see over here with our skills. You can be a little bit more interesting with it. So, let's say, for example, just between you and me, everyone else, I want to make a gambling check. My gambling check would normally be 15. But let's say for example, my difficulty factor is 4. I would roll my dice. 120. How do you ever fail a 120 check? Well, you don't. That's the big thing. You really don't fail something over 100. It's about how well you succeed. You still can fail. You roll a certain value, but having a really good score is pretty hard. Alternatively, you can get to a situation where it's like, yeah, difficulty factor 1 is you have a 30% chance to succeed with a skill of 30, which is very, very low. You can get pretty excessive difficulty factors and things to say that you're pretty much always going to succeed unless something terrible happens. Yeah, difficulty factor is really the core of everything. It's a little bit obtuse getting from point A to point B. Hex Academy and the Mage Ascension, right? Yeah. Hexen Academy, like Hexen as in one word. Like I'm hexing someone. And Mage the Ascension. You can also look at Mage the Awakening. It kind of depends on your flavor. Both of them can't hurt. Mage the Awakening and Ascension are White Wolf products. So if you like or dislike Storyteller, it might help. The Hexen Academy is its own system. I don't care for it, but you might be able to get something out of the magic system. So everything is built on that multiplication, and you have the 4 success qualities: fair, good, great, and superb. So let's say, for example, I've got my basic roll here. I've got my 10. I got a 50%. I score a 10. Oh, that's pretty good. Look at my success chance. My success chance was 50, right there. I scored a 10. That means if I look right here, I scored a great success. That's really good. That's better than good, better than fair, but it's not a failure. These can get quite excessive. This is why having a really good result, having excessively high numbers here, can be beneficial for you because you're going to have a more likely chance of scoring better successes. Hey, yeah, you have 180 in your thing. Yeah, and you scored a pretty good, scored a great success, a lot easier than if someone had a 50 in it and scored a 11. They would still score a great success. Actually, they scored an 8 or something, and they would still score a great success. One's a little bit more likely than the other, though. And they kind of talk about the idea of like, oh, what do you want to do? Heroic, cinematic, adventurous, realistic. Generally speaking, cinematic is where you really should share it, where you should kind of set things. If you want that James Bond look. If you want to go for more of like the hee-hee-hoo-hoo James Bond, you can go heroic. But like, you don't really need, like, realistic really isn't this kind of game's thing. Adventurous and cinematic are effectively the same. It's just how well you want people to say fuck you. So you can Oof. So you can kind of do, you want to play law enforcement, private detectives, criminal. They don't really work as well for those. So, basic premise. You're going to have to get your characteristics, you're going to have to determine your skills, and your reputation points. Most starting characters have 300 creation points. This may seem like a lot. It's really not. You get a lot of things to work with. That's kind of the thing. You get a lot of creation points to work with, but you have to kind of buy a little bit of everything. Now, as you can see on our appearance table, it actually costs you creation points to pick up your appearance. And this is actually fairly important because of reputation. Reputation is how well known you are. Of course, Kenshi is a gorgeous man because I wanted to have him pay the least amount for his points. Technically, normal is the most expensive thing of creation point. If you want to be Mr. Average Man, it's going to cost you a lot, actually. But yeah, no, playing a gorgeous man, as you can see here, this man is mewing at you. Is that the term? The mewing? That's the entire idea. And you can also do it via how tall you are, how tall or how short you are. Now, I thought it would be, let's see, to have a low starting reputation score. Now, I thought it would be very amusing to do this and to give my boy Kenshi to make his life a little worse. And the response from my boy Kenshi, to give you all an example. It was a very appropriate response when I made him 5'3". Because, yeah, Kenshi is 5'3" and weighs 132 pounds. He's a literal, like, he is an ultra manlet, but he is a gorgeous man. He has the jaw and everything. He has a very high reputation. Then we start increasing our characteristics. Characteristics are probably the most important. And this is where a lot of your points are going. These are raw, these are not additive, these are raw. But to give you an idea, this is Kenshi's base stats. 9, 12, 5, 10, 7. He's very fast, not very willful, pretty smart, good perception, good strength. He's a very above average person in that regard, but he's also a above average, a guy. He's a cool dude. And then you have the ability to buy your skill ranks. Skill ranks are expensive. The way to think about a skill rank is that every skill rank is 10 to get to 1, and then every subsequent one is plus 2. So, for example, if I have like if I want to go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I want to get this rank 6. Technically, it would cost me 10 creation points to go there, 2 to go here, with 12 being total. It would take me 2 to go there. If you want to get a +6 on something, you have to spend 20 points. Getting the skill is more expensive than increasing its value. Kind of even see there. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got up to a +6 from that one. That initial cost for the same cost effectively. However, if you really look at it here, you go from skill rank 10 to skill rank 16. That's a pretty significant, that's a 30% increase of your success at the most basic difficulty value. It's pretty fucking good. But you do get quite a few points to play around with, as you kind of see here. I invested in things like Sixth Sense, lockpicking, languages, hand-to-hand combat, obviously. A little bit of fire combat, a little bit of evasion. You do get charisma and driving for free. That's one thing. Charisma and driving you get for free. Right off the bat, you get that, and it's yours. And it's pretty good. I like it. It works pretty reliably. And the thing is, you also get the idea of abilities. So, what are abilities? If you have an ability, you are assumed to have a 20. What does that mean? I have an ability in first aid. Under perfect circumstances of 5, for example, I have a 100% chance to actually save someone with first aid because that's just what it is. Under perfect circumstances, I have to just roll raw effectively of how much of a connoisseur I am. This is obviously poison. Things like that. You get those abilities for free effectively. And your native language is also always 20. You always can speak your native language. You can always... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, that phone. My ringtone scares the shit out of me, by the way. Every time. Scares the fucking shit out of me. Because it works. you always have these 3 ones. However, you can choose any of these abilities to be your natural 20 as well. Now, as a real hero, Kenshi chose gambling as his ability. He has a natural 20 when it comes to gambling anything. That's just his default. And it's always going to do B20. I don't think it actually is. I don't think this actually works this way. It's a little bit unclear. I might have not seen it. But, like, gambling will always be at 20 for him. He can't improve it. It's not skill, because he's already reached the pinnacle of it, because that's his gimmick. That's his gimmick. However, you can say, my gimmick is science, my gimmick is cryptography, my gimmick is boating. You have a gimmick, and that gimmick lets you do something. Some are a little bit more frequently usable than others. Diving, like, disguise. Yeah, it's one of those things like disguise, cryptography, electronics. Those are going to come up a lot more often than like mountaineering or like fucking boating. But if you're playing on the fucking Caribbean Isles, being the guy who can do boating is pretty useful. Weaknesses give you additional, unfortunately named character points. And these unfortunately named character points can be used to more things. Obviously, Kenshi has an addiction to gambling, because he's gamble core maxing. Kami Kaiji, everybody. All of your backstory. Now, this is one of those systems that are, I don't think, fully thought out. I get why it's here, but the way it's worded is kind of odd. Effectively, you get to choose a profession. You choose any of these professions. Start at 25 years old. So, Kenshi was military intelligence. Cool, he's military intelligence, gets all these skills and fields of expertise. However, every year you spend in a profession, you get 1. You get 2 creation points every year you spend in a career that you have to spend on skills listed. You get a field of expertise in one of these skills, which is effectively like a super bonus, if you could say. It's something actually very valuable for you to have. You know, it's kind of like, hey, do you have a field of expertise in this thing? The answer is yes. Because I have a field of expertise in forensics, I could do forensics. Because I have a field of expertise in political science, I know about political science stuff. That's just by default. And you can even use Sixth Sense, saying, hey, this is going to be useful for you. Hey, this is not. And you also, one of the more amusing things is you increase your reputation. Kenshi here has an insane amount of reputation because he spent 2 years in military intelligence, and he's a gorgeous manlet. He's the most pretty mewing man available. But there's quite a few different ones. If you want to play something like James Bond, you want to play Bond, you're probably playing a military guy. Might be you might have professors, be a law enforcement. A couple ways you can do things. Of course, you can also do these. These are the general, like, yeah, you can substitute 2 of the below for 1 field of expertise listed above. Yeah, some of these are just funny. Like, hey, you have innate knowledge of cricket. You know cinema. You know, of course you have you're a very good golfer. Yeah, some of these are a bit goofy, but it's probably just, is it a bad thing to have goofy things that you're just good at? Fontaneering. Yeah, congratulations. You have Polo. You're really good with the rare collectibles. Have no fear. You're good with... Yeah, familiar with wargame, including tabletop, computer, and in-the-field simulations. Choose your carrying capacity. Choose your run. Running and swimming time are all based off your willpower, by the way. Yeah, so if you want to be a sprinter, you min-max your dex and perception. You want to be a good long distance runner, you get high willpower. because you can just run for for a long ass time. You do there is money, but money isn't. They say like you should just get your stuff whatever you want, unless you are playing that kind of game, then just give them a set amount of money. Wasn't skill like none of the skills are like too wonky. Usually the thing is, if you are getting bad, if you're not trained in something, for example, if I go over here, if I am not trained in cryptography, the difficulty factor decreases. So it goes from like, oh, you need to solve a children's puzzle box. Normally, that would be 9. It's going to be like, yeah, you're not good at cryptography, but you're still pretty good. I would go down to 7. Because I'm not trained in cryptography. But my charisma, which my charisma is not that, by the way, it would total of 10. It would be 9. I'm wrong. My charisma of 9, because I'm technically trained in it, it would remain at 9. On the other hand, if we go down to something like pickpocket would get significantly harder. I'm still very good at pickpocketing, just naturally based on my skills, but it's going to get a lot harder for me. Difficulty factor is the most important. The GM does not need to worry about your base success. They need to worry about the difficulty factor. Doesn't matter how good you are. If you have a difficulty factor of a fucking half, it's going to be hard. Skill time and information. How long it takes. How much information do you get out of it? This is where kind of like the investigation premise comes in. It's not a main feature, but it's there because calculating all of these takes 5 years sometimes, depending on like these ones. It just takes a long time especially if they're odd numbers, because you just gotta double check all the time. Once you get into a good flow with it, you're fine. It just takes time. Yeah. And they even this is a designer autism thing that I enjoy. They actually write out the relationship between the various skills and the various attributes. They say intelligence factors into a lot of different characteristics. However, they also kind of say, hey, being strong also gives you a bunch of bonuses. And, being strong and having a lot of dexterity means that your skills you're better at other things rather than just raw skills. Willpower is like not great, but willpower plays a big factor in things like seduction. They may not be that common, but they're going to be used. Few skills that do a lot is a lot different than 1 or 2 skill. A bunch of skills that may never come. Finally, rare collectibles means you can run Yu-Gi-Oh! Espionage. I can't believe my absolute favorite game. Finally, a game of classified for the rest of us. We're gonna be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! 007. Finally, the game that we all need. But yeah, got charisma, cryptography, demolitions, disguise. The artwork in this game is hilarious. I have a deep affection for almost all of the artwork in this game, because it's just every face is hilarious. Like you get like some of like the like really clean cut guys, but then you get there's a couple coming up that I just like. This is Kino. The vague models like they have, again, it's very thematically James Bond, and I like that idea. And let's here's diving. Don't forget about diving combat, evasion, gambling. Yeah, don't forget about gamble core, and hand combat, interrogation. The thing with languages are a little bit weird, because instead of investing in languages normally, like, oh, I've got 12 language, I can do language stuff, you spread these language ranks among various skills of various languages. Kenshi speaks Malaysian perfectly. He's got 20 in Malaysian. However, he has a basic understanding of English and Dutch. If he were to increase his language skill at all, he would be able to invest those in different languages, different ideas, different things. Lockpicking, safe cracking, steering, pickpocketing. This is one of my... There's so much to take in with this image. There's so much to take in. It's perfect. Like, it's... What more do you want? Like, what more do you want from this image? Like... Because, yeah, you can just get on a goddamn horse. Can you play cowboy detectives? Yes, you can play cowboy detectives if you want. You know, yeehaw your way across the entire town. You know, yeah. The seduction rules are fucking bizarre. Sixth Sense is probably like... Sixth Sense is probably the weirdest of the skills. Like, objectively speaking, it's probably the weirdest one. It is the only skill that PCs do not roll actively. The GM will roll it. And the GM rolls sixth sense whenever it's like, you're going to miss a clue. Yeah, no, you totally know where to look. Because it's just that sixth sense, that's your Columbo senses. You can literally call that your Columbo senses. I think everyone should get a free rank in Sixth Sense, though. Or it's kind of like a special thing that's kind of sequestered away. Because it treats it like every other skill. Like, Kenshi has invested many points into his Sixth Sense, which is, hey, I get a 15, which is pretty damn good in all things considering. You get a lot of effects and a lot of bonuses because of that, and it's kind of the GM, I'm retarded. It will either come up quite a bit or it won't come up at all. It really depends on the group and kind of depends on the players. That's why I say, like, maybe it should be its own thing. Again, stealth checks. Ooh, stealth checks, not too example. And then torture. You can choose the torture skill if you want. You don't need to. Of course, connoisseurs. Connoisseur is like, food, drink, and tobacco source, how much it costs, the overall. This is your James Bond sneaking. James Bond, of course, knows that this caviar is sourced from the local fishery. But hey, isn't that a little odd? This wine is from Italy. And having good connoisseur and making a good check adds bonus to seduction attempts. Generally speaking, if you want characters to do things more consistently, jettison connoisseur, get rid of it, and replace it with something else. Replace it with something better overall that might be a little bit more useful. If you were to put a gun to my head, probably something like, if you want to be really specific on things, I would say give them another ability that's pretty useful, or like another skill that is something they want to use pretty frequently. If you're going to be fighting in the Hawaiian Islands for that, you're going to be diving a lot, maybe give it to them in diving. Like, give them like something that's going to come up quite a bit. Don't give them any combat skills, obviously. Phone call. I'm going to be gone for a second. hello everyone, I am not dead. My mom went shopping and gave me like an entire fucking fridge. I will be back in a minute. So, I just want to hello ethical. I just want to give everyone the rundown of what just happened. So, my mom was like, "Hey, Notepad, I did some shopping." And I'm like, "Okay, you did some shopping. What does this mean?" I'm expecting a bag or two. My mom brings in, you know, I go outside. I'm gonna help her bring in like these 2 bags and it'll be done. My mother, my dear mama, 2 gigantic bags of full groceries and like a full one of those like ice pack thing. Like there was a lot. I'm like sitting there with like 4 bags of groceries effectively standing there. She's like, "Oh, this isn't even everything." No, she went to Aldi. She went to Aldi and Target. She likes shopping. I love my mom. She loves going shopping. That is her thing, is shopping. To the point where she actually considered taking like the Amazon shopper job for a while there, because there's like effectively a job you can. It was Instacart. Remember before Instacart fell upon itself? Where she was thinking about doing that because she just likes doing that. She enjoys going to the store and buying shit. And I'm like, oh, fuck. So I'm helping her put stuff away. She's like, "Oh, I bought all this stuff for you, too." I got, like, fucking 2 weeks worth of food in my fridge now. What the fuck? And she's like, "Oh, yeah, I stopped by Wendy's, too. So I got a fucking bag of Wendy's over here now." Yeah, I guess we're doing a mukbang as well. Let's finish classified first. And fuck, am I even gonna put all this shit? There's so much stuff. I was like, what the fuck did I just walk into? Oh shit. And it's like this every time. I love my mom to death. I am a very direct shopper. I go, like, I hit the store, I say, I want this, this, and this. And I will go get this, this, and that. I'll be in and out in like 20 minutes. The only time I like linger around a store is like, well, I'm looking for something for dinner, but I don't know what. I'll have a basic idea of what I'm looking for. I'm like, oh, this meat's on sale. I'll get that. Oh, hey, it looks like this is on sale. I may as well get it. Not my mom. No. Everything. Ooh, I want this. Ooh, I want cookies. Ooh, I want candy. I'm 950 pounds because of my mama. I swear to God. But yes, welcome to where were we? Yeah, kind of connoisseur is your sub out this for better ones. First aid's pretty common. First aid's really good. Also, it's I love the artwork in this game, by the way, because either the faces are hilarious or it's just pure spy kino. Now, reputation is effectively how well do people know you. Now, as Kenshi with his 102 fucking thing, legitimately everyone knows who I am. If they make a good role, it is almost impossible for someone to not know who the fuck I am. And you get, and the thing is, you get a bunch of reputation by just doing things. And that's something Kenshi actually has a big problem with. Like, because Kenshi is so pretty, is so gorgeous looking, and so small, he cannot blend in anywhere. Literally anyone can be like, wait a second, that's you. Even down to the idea, like, they have, like, a mechanic for faking your own death and doing things with your reputation. I actually like this system. I think it's kind of funny. That looking really pretty and looking really, like, oh, you're more distinctive you are, the less good of a super spy you are. Because you're going to get more and more reputation by killing henchmen, by killing villains, by killing people, completing missions, getting scars. You're going to get more and more and more. And it's one of those things, like, it's either going to come up a lot in a game, or geolocating right now based on the cluster target 8 Wendy's within 1 or 2 neighborhoods of each other. Nah, I don't think you quite understand. My mother will drive, like, rapidly across the city. She will drive, like, 45 minutes to go to a very particular target, to go to the very particular clubs that she likes going to. Because that's my mom. I love her to death. That is just how she rolls, how she operates. What are hero points, though? Hero points are your edge factor. It's you being able to directly modify rolls. One of the things is that a hero point can be used to mitigate wounds going down. So instead of taking a major wound, you take a minor wound, or you just take a scratch, or you take nothing. Alternatively, you can also end up blowing. You can also end up making things a lot more successful, making things a lot easier. And it's saying, hey, instead of failing, I go up to success 4. Then I go to success 3, 2, and 1. You burn hero points, you get better things. Rookies start with 3 hero points. As you get better, you get more hero points to mean that you can augment things a lot easier. Generally speaking, you can turn any failure into a success, except if it's like a critical fail. Yeah, but the thing is, this is one of those weird mechanics when it comes to this game, is you technically don't roll all that often. I want to talk about it here with the hero check system because it makes the most sense. One of the ideas is that most non-combat stuff, the GM rolls for you. That's how it's supposed to go, is that the GM will roll it for you. And it's mostly only non-combat stuff the GM is doing that. And you have to effectively gamble your hero points, saying, well, I want to make sure I succeed, so I'm spending 2 hero points on this to go up to a, I want to spend hero points to increase my success threshold. If you succeed with a good result, you just wasted a hero point. If you only increase it by 1, you do that. I like the idea of this. I like the idea of, like, gambling hero points a bit more. This can be done a little bit more elegantly. Again, spending hero points, useful items, circumstances, very simple stuff. Create the letter opener in the first row of the character looks. Get a cat ready to like. Yeah, hero points are pretty much like it is a meta currency. It's a very standardized meta currency, and I like the idea. And yeah, you can spend it for other characters. Generally speaking, this is what I say, like, cinematic style is, if you score superb success, you get it, including in combat. My thing would be, it's you are going to be able to get these on, it would be superb successes, or it would be the thing is, like, if you are doing something cool, like, that's kind of the idea. If you do something cool, you do something interesting, I'm going to give you one. If you're doing cool shit, being a heroic, cool person, you're going to get more hero points. However, if you act like an asshole, that's kind of thing. That kind of complements the style as well. If you want to be realistic, being heroic is going to put you more in danger than being a heroic style, which is going to be... So, experience. You get experience pretty readily, and you need a lot of experience pretty quickly. As you kind of see, you get experience to buy these things. I want to increase my characteristics. I want to reduce my reputation. I want to get a big shit. You want equipment, you're going to buy it with experience. However, the combined total of your skill ranks and characteristics indicate what your agent rank is. More ranks you get, the more shit you get. As a rookie, you technically take a experience point penalty, because the idea is, like, you're not really doing things as well. You always get 500 experience points. And if you succeed at a mission, you get, if you succeed at a mission, you get 500. If you can lose experience points into the negative, I find that very funny in its own right. Like, you could lose a bunch of, like, you could lose experience points, you can get experience points. Poor role playing offers negative experience. Generally, it's kind of a, yeah. It's very goofy in its own right. I like the way it does, and it does this. Now, combat is back and forth method. And what do I mean by back and forth method? Effectively, it's declarations. So let's say we have, Goon 1, Goon 2, and 0014. Effectively, if Goon 1 has effectively is the slowest, Goon 2 is slow, and we're the fastest, what's going to happen is Goon 1 is going to declare what he's going to do, Goon 2 is going to declare what he's going to do, and then 0014 would declare what he's going to do. But then 0014 resolves, Goon 2 resolves, Goon 1 resolves. The guy who is the fastest, the guy who is doing the best, is going to end up knowing what everyone else is going. And all it determines, your speed. If I have a speed of 2 and you have a speed of 1, I'm always going to go faster than you. That's a default. Well, let's say, hey, it's now the action. What do we want to do? The most basic idea of what we're going to do is make a check. I want to shoot you with a gun. I draw my gun, and I'm going to shoot you with my Glock 19, because, yeah, I have a Glock. Look at my fire combat, I have a 16. By default, it's usually 5. But let's say it's 5. So 80%, I roll 55. 55 on that. On 6, I do succeed. Not a great success, though. Not a great success. But I still hit you. I still go, bang. Ah, I've been shot. Owie, I'm hurt. I don't want to die. That's it. Pretty easy. Now, the thing is, you can disrupt other people's actions. If you physically cannot complete your action, then your action is kind of lost, because it's just like you're scrambling for something that doesn't happen. Sometimes this doesn't hurt. Sometimes this doesn't happen the way it is. It's kind of a GM call. You kind of make the example here. It's like, hey, getting shot, like, what happens? So the interrupted character is like, okay, he was shot halfway down the alley, and now he falls over. You could also say, hey, I've been shot, and he dives behind the dumpster he was trying to go for, but he's on the ground and bleeding to death now. Neither is wrong, neither is right. And then we get to the draw situation. I like the draw situation. I think it's a cool idea. It's my turn in the, it's the enemy's turn in the round. He draws his gun and he's firing at me. What you can do is perform a draw situation. I have not acted yet. He is acting. I am going to roll my dice, and if I succeed at the draw action, that means I draw my gun before him and I shoot him, but I lose my action effectively. Instead of running across the thing, he's opening fire, I get to shoot him real fast. Bing! Ah! And that means, KO characters with kind of like faster on the draw, who are just better at doing their job to shoot people, are going to do a lot better. However, problem is, must actually draw his weapon during a draw situation. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. Is it's like sometimes you just have to, getting shot at. It's kind of the exchange of bullets. Drawing your gun sucks, but if it's kind of that snapshot, being like, I'm changing my action to snapshot right at you before you can fire. It kind of gives characters it gives heroes a little bit more of an advantage in like larger gunfights, because someone opens up on you, you can snap forward and pop them in the head real fast. Yeah, pretty. Is it maps and things like that? You don't need a map, generally speaking. Nor does it really encourage you to do maps. If you want to put a map in, it's not possible. It's there. It's one of the things. It's there if you want to do that. You don't have to, though. Now, what happens when we hit? Do you do 1d10 damage? No. Everything is based off of wounds. So, let's take, for example, my weapon damage. My Glock 19 has a damage rating of F. I go to F right here. So I roll a fair success. I inflict a light wound on you. Flesh wound. Damn, ow. I get a great success. That's a heavy wound. That's really bad. Hey, I fucking roll a 2. I incap you right away. The higher damage weapons start, building it up more and more, even down to things like, if you're dealing with a weapon that does eye level damage, which there are very few, you incap on anything that is not a light wound. But if we go over here, to kind of give you a better idea of what the right here, this is the idea of wounds. Not a great, a little chunky, but bear with me. I take a light wound. I take a second light wound. I have a medium wound now. I take a third light wound. I have heavy wounds now. I take a fourth light wound. I go incap. I get a heavy wound. Doesn't matter. I just go up to heavy wound. Wounds are dangerous. They are going to fuck your day up. A really bad hit is going to hurt. The biggest reason of this is character now has a medium wound and must succeed at difficulty 5 willpower checks to perform actions. Yeah, that's the painful part about wounds. You have to make a skill check effectively to get past it. And you can kind of even see here, like, hey, I have a medium wound and I take a heavy wound, I go to incap immediately. I have a light wound and I take a heavy wound, I go to incap immediately. It's taking even a few wounds very much are going to end up with you getting killed. It's very hard for you to survive. And that's kind of like the big thing with this, is like taking even 1 or 2 damage from anything is you saying, okay, I am now at a severe disadvantage. Because Kenshi, if he gets shot with a medium wound, if he has a medium wound, he effectively has to make he has a 25% chance of actually performing any action. He's got a 5. He might not be able to perform any action because he's got a fucking medium wound. Even a light wound is a difficulty 7 factor, a difficulty 7 thing to continue doing things. It's hard. Ain't fun, it ain't easy. But stun is usually the most common one, and mostly for hand-to-hand combat. During hand-to-hand combat, stun requires a character to immediately on difficulty factor 8 strength check, or you get knocked on your ass. I go bang, I punch you in the nose, you could go down. Actual, like, melee combat in this was probably a little bit better. As you can kind of see here, if I go over to, like, my extendable baton, my DR, I go up here, I get a +2 to it. That effectively means, like, whatever I did, I do a little bit more. With B, most of my rolls are going to be good or fair. Light wounds, being hit with a light weapon, might take a medium wound, but nothing. It's hand-to-hand weapon. Not great. Yeah, in-cap killing you. You're just dead. Like, getting scars, you get scars by taking higher wound ranks, and if you get a scar, that means you have a higher reputation because people know what the fuck you're doing. Area weapons, damaging through objects. All body armor does is reduces the damage rank of hits. So, like, one good idea would be like, oh, hey, I'm being shot with a gun that usually does F damage. If I'm wearing good body armor, it goes down to D damage. Doesn't seem like a lot until you realize you go from getting in-capped with Superb to just taking a heavy wound, and you can potentially just get stunned with another great. And there are quite a few different hand-to-hand attacks. It's hand-to-hand is pretty common in this game, and that's why it's like they give you so much stuff to play around with. Most of the time, it's going to be 5, difficulty 5. That is the most common thing in the world to do. However, it's important as well. Try to just do good. If you're a really skilled combatant, you want to do things like, oh, hey, special attacking. I want to target blow. I want to just do a knockout attack. Why do you want to do a knockout attack? You're lowering your percentage a lot. I have a 25 in my martial arts skill. I'm going to punch you. I'm going to punch you out really fucking easy. I just want to knock you out, your ass out now. Specific actions, targeting blow. And like even like the targeting blow, it's like, oh, target stuff would increase a +2 wound ranks of damage. Yeah. That becomes really scary if you get hit by, like a specific specific part. Yeah, it's good old knockout, breaking, pinning, tossing people, another great image. And now we get to this face conveys so much emotion, it's almost difficult to understand. This face like this image, this entire scene conveys so much emotion. It's almost impossible to underestimate it. It's Kino. It's amazing. Various thrown weapons. Again, fire combat, actual like firearm combat is not too hard if you know what you're doing. If someone's got a gun and they know what the fuck they're doing, they're gonna fuck your day up. The thing is, keep moving. Never stopped moving. Because that's a -4 to hit you. Doesn't seem too far away. It doesn't seem like, oh, yeah, -4. That takes a 5. Like, to give you an example, my fire combat's 16. That goes from an 80%, 1, 2, 3, 4, to a 16% chance to hit you. Pretty good. Never stop moving, but mind you, you can't do that either. It's one of those things like you constantly need to keep moving in an actual firefight. So when someone does get hit, they kind of get splattered. On the other hand, if you're moving and they're moving, you're firing haphazardly, and no one's going to hit anyone. But if you're moving haphazardly and there's a 5% chance to hit you or something, it's still a 5% chance to hit you. Multiple target fire. The idea of multiple target fire, like if you want to hit multiple people, is first character gets a -1, second character gets a -2, third character gets 3. It gets progressively harder. Even taking aim is I am sitting there and just holding it. What's going on? and that's dangerous. But on the other hand, you know, hey, my Glock has a rate of fire. I can fire my Glock 3 times in a round. Pretty useful if you think about it. Hey, I can fire 3 rounds, go bang, 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 knock someone on their ass and probably down them pretty quick. Healing, because healing takes a long ass time. The idea of healing is you reduce a wound rank by 1 if you do first aid. All right, cool. You attempt first aid. Do you do it? Do you not? Cool. If you try to do it, your character heals 1 wound rank per week. If you take medium wounds, it takes 2 weeks for you to clear them both out. Hospital-like, it takes you about a week to clear medium wounds. It's 3 days. Every 3 days up to a total of 2 wound. Yeah, it takes a long-ass time. It takes about 2 weeks, roughly, to heal from a heavy wound in ideal circumstances. That's ideal circumstances. Even if you get in-capped, that is 3 weeks minimum in the hospital. What do you mean, make a check to take an action? Not my particular thing. Not the worst thing in the world. Thematically speaking, it makes sense. Here's the thing. Thematically speaking of how fast the rounds are, because they're 3 to 5 seconds, saying, hey, I have taken a shot. I am bleeding. This is bad. I am in extreme fucking pain. And kind of getting back up, like pulling yourself back up. You're like, all right, let's do this. I'm ready to fucking go. That's a little bit like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like, I'm in extreme pain. I need to do this. It's one of those things where it's like you can use hero points for it to make it so you automatically succeed at it, though. That's a thing for it. The thing you gotta remember, it's just a check. You can spend a hero point to instantly succeed at it. The way it's done is a little bit weird, though, and I'm not a huge fan of it. Chases, everyone likes chases. I'm not gonna like... Chases are pretty easy. They kind of go into a little bit detail. The concept about a chase is that we both bid for how difficult we want this. That's all we're doing. We're bidding for how the difficulty. I could say, I'm thinking, I'm doing 5. GM is like, okay, it's just like me and the GM are like, okay, 3, 2, 1. I put down a 5, he put down a 4. The difficulty is now 4. And he gets the first action. He gets to choose who goes first. And, determining which side of the chase goes first in a round. He could say, well, I'm going to go first. And he's going to be making a check. And he's like, okay, he's going to run. And he rolls a 97. And fucking biffs it. And he doesn't go anywhere fast. I get to roll my check. And I roll really well. That's kind of the most basic idea. All these like, oh, chase maneuvers ranges and things like that. The big thing with the chase is that it is the basic distances of close, average, long, far, and distant. If you succeed at a check, you get to move up 1 range. If you fail a check, you don't move or you fall back at range because, well, you fucked up. And you want to be moving constantly because someone's probably going to bring a gun out on you and start shooting haphazardly. Why would you ever bid anything lower than 7, though? Because that's the difficulty for everything, for all of the modifiers doing things. Bidding, and that's for them as well. If you're saying, oh, well, I'm just going to choose 7 all the time, they choose 5 and they can choose just to catch up with you. Yeah, no, I'm going to catch up with you real fast, and I'm going to shoot you in the back. Yeah, start running now, bitch. Ah! Choose all you like. Kind of the idea of like, hey, change direction via double back. You know, like, okay, cool. You want to do your own 180 and you want to try to get the, you know, difficulty back and try to do your best there. You're taking a fast turn. You jerk your thing. Because the thing is, you have to reduce, because you're making a control check afterward. You're saying, hey, how can I do this? Oh, I'm going to do this. And because I'm doing this, I need to make a more difficult check. I need to make a more difficult. To do that is not on the other menu. Yeah, some difficulty accomplished on the move, higher chance of accidents. Oh no, it's driving on tilted on 2 wheels. Yeah, it's like it's a pretty extensive chase section, and even if you fail the thing is, if you fail a chase maneuver, you might take an accident. The thing is, you set yourself up for an accident by failing. You have to make another control check, and then when you make a control check, you go, okay, we've saved ourselves. So it's kind of the idea of like, hey, I bid 6. I won 6. I'm going to make the fast turn at 6. Wow, cool, I succeed. Don't have to worry about it. Oh shit, I failed. I'm going to have to make a difficulty 4 check to kind of re-correct myself and not crash. Because accidents can fuck your day up. And one of those things can fuck your day up. Yeah, also risk chance of an accident. Yeah, no, if give you an idea, Kenji's car is a Nano. This is a terrible car. If he bets below it, he has a chance of failing horribly and crashing. Yeah, no, you can you can crash very easily. Some of these, if you bid low, that means you're going faster. And yeah, you can just incapacitate yourself with a stunt, or if you bid really low, you can just kill yourself. Someone tried to do something funny. Case in point, they do factor in the idea of character damage. Now, this is the wound rank of the vehicle. Because yeah, your vehicle can get killed. And if your vehicle is killed, that means, well, it's disabled. It ain't going anywhere fast. But character damages, are you wearing seatbelts? I think this is one of the very few games I've ever read where wearing a seatbelt is an actual tangible advantage. Think about it. When was the last game you know that wearing a seatbelt gets you a tactical advantage? Because what happens here is normal passenger reducing to my 2 total wounds by 1 wound rank. Yeah. So effectively, if your vehicle takes a heavy wound, yeah, like you've almost totaled your fucking car. It's still going, but not great. You would reduce it down to 1 because you're a passenger in the vehicle. You reduce it another 1 because you're wearing your seatbelt off. You'd only take a light wound. However, if you go excessive, your airbags might trigger, and you get effectively reduce everything down to only stuns effectively. It's little things that I like. It's little things. Those interactions are based on the kind of the reactions. I'm going to kind of zoom on a little bit. It's effectively, are you doing things correctly? If the answer is yes, they're going to work with you more. Is the NPC's will score really high? Then they're probably not going to work with you as well. Hey, here's the intricate seduction system. Because the entire idea is that you have to get the seduction look, the introduction, the conversation, the first touch, and a time and location. Of course, because Kenshi is a gorgeous mewing man, he's got a +4 mod to it. However, being normal is not helping you. Yeah, sorry, normal Chads, we ain't going anywhere fast. Interrogation is kind of the same idea. It's like how you can reduce the difficulty if they are if they are, the more you do things, the more exhausted they are, the more you can, kind of hit them on it, get more information. You need good information to get actual quality stuff out of you. And yes, the Metal Gear Solid interrogation system is here, including torturing. Yep. Also, they have a full gambling system. Yeah, you want to play you want to gamble? Yeah, here you go. Various equipment. Most equipment is pretty basic. Nothing's too extravagant. They have like a lot of different guns and stuff, but like, as you can kind of see, they all do something slightly different. I went with the Glock because it's the cheapest gun available outside the Caltech, but Caltech's awful. Everyone loves a Glock. But you get like your AK-74s if you want one. You want to get a Mossberg. Yeah, there you go. You want to get an Uzi? You want to be an Uzi? You want to get shot by a 50 caliber, fucking, machine gun? Yeah, no, that's pretty awful. Like that's pretty awful. Like, as you kind of see here, from like sometimes they have like damage, like yeah, it's kind of see the number of damage ranks added to character's hand-to-hand damage rank. Like if I hit you with an extendable baton, I'm going to do it would be D tier damage, which is pretty fucking bad, by the way. It kind of hurts. You can get down pretty easy. A lot of vehicles, by the way. This is the only game known in currently existence that I know of where you can, what you want to drive around in a Honda Accord, you totally can. You want to go hit a, you want to roll up in a Tata Nano. Oh yeah, baby, you totally can show up in a Tata Nano. What's a Tata Nano, you may be wondering? How can the GM know if I press triangle too quickly? Now, this is the Tata Nano. You want to get inside this tiny little fucking micro car. Yeah, don't worry, man. I'm a fucking... Yeah, they've got a, let's see. Want to get inside of a Unimog? You know, let's see what the Unimog looks like. You want to get inside my fucking SUV? Yeah, baby. Hey, baby. Let's see what's... Let's see. You got a Fiat, Dodge Charger, of course. The some other horrifically low-priced vehicles. Where was that? Ah, yes. You can in fact get inside of a Kawasaki Ninja 250. Yeah, you wanna do that? Yeah, go for it. It's the cheapest bike at only 5K. Yeah, that. Have no fear, Queens. We'll get inside our Toyota Tacoma. The fact that they're like very real vehicles just makes it infinitely funnier. Like, just imagine being a super secret agent and showing up in the Tata Nano, the Nano. Like, just look at it. Just imagine. It would be great. A Ford Falcon. Do we have a Ford Falcon? We have a Ford Taurus. Or we can get in a Ford Mustang. Have no fear. Or the Crown Victoria. What's the Fiat Panda? Well, the Fiat Panda's got to be a good car, right? For our super secret agent man. Get inside my Fiat Panda. 1986 Fiat. Finally, we can deliver sushi into the real game. Yeah, you can get into a... Yeah, you want to do it into a mini sub, a Sea-Doo GTX Limit. The fact that it's, again, they're all very real is very funny to me. Like, something about it that you could technically fly a Boeing 737, Yeah, that's just a thing you can buy. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, cool. Want to fly a black $22 million Blackhawk? Yeah, no, of course. Why can't you? What are you gonna do about it? Again, another. Again, all the images in this game just go mwah, beautiful. Those body armors again. Body armors reduce it down by a little bit, and not much though. They don't want you wearing armor unless you absolutely have to. And it's kind of the idea of like, as a level 1 body armor, it's anything G becomes C, anything D cannot penetrate this armor. Level 1 body armor is going to get you through a lot of things. Level 2 body armor is going to get you through a lot of things. If you're doing something like, oh man, we got to do level 4 body armor. Level 4 body armor is, I don't want to get hurt by anything, but if I do get hurt, I'm going to get mulched. Various autopilot. And you can really kind of you can trick out your car if you want to in this game pretty easily. Or we got armor piercing rounds, hollow points, attache cases. Yeah, have no fear. That's very inefficient, sir. You cannot attach a case like that. Assassin binoculars. Yeah. If you want just explosive bullshit, yeah, it's all here. And yeah, it's like, yeah, of course we're going to talk about doing this. Of course. You want to have no fear, everybody. I'm going to have a fast holster. I'm going to have a fucking balanced holster. Various lock keys, various pens, microphones. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, if you want to go full, bullshit spy movie, you can. And nothing's going to stop you. This is kind of how to make missions. They kind of encourage everyone to have a stereotype. And a lot of those stereotypes are going to be able to do very basic things. This is kind of your standard issue henchmen. If you're playing as rookies, they want you to make these these characters get a lot weaker. And you're like, I'm playing a henchman, and my henchman is a standard agent. Yeah, they're pretty dangerous in their own right. They want to be, and they can get just roll on this chart, and this is what they have as their henchmen. And your villains, you've got some basic security guards, or I swear that's just from a fucking meme. They even encourage give everybody one, give one play, give all of your NPCs just a gimmick, because that's going to help people remember them. Various random encounters, and they kind of talk various security features, various abilities, and then they kind of talk about they give you Osiris. Osiris is your generic bad guys, bad guys that you can do stuff with, that you can fight, that you can deal with, that you can get into or start fist fighting. Various resources. You want to fight a piranha? Yep. Have no fear. We can fight piranhas. Yeah, that's Classified. I like Classified. I think Classified's a pretty good game. I think the problem with Classified, usually, the issue with Classified always crops up when it is trying to get into the minutia a little bit too much. And, just little things of okay, let's not let the player roll, let's make the GM roll. It's little things like that I think a lot of players are going to... How do I want to word it? Players are going to improvise what they want, and they're going to make what they want to have happen. If you are playing this game, you're going to ignore certain rules that you don't want to deal with because they're annoying. If you want to get that thematics, don't worry about it. It's fine. If you want to ignore the wound penalty roll, and you just have to make it once or something, you can change that pretty easily. Game's not going to break. You want to change the XP system? Game's not going to break. The thing is, throughout this book, there are a lot of instances of the designer just talking to you, being like, "This is why it's done this way. If you want to change it, this is how you can do it." I like that. It's a very open game. Uh, there's a part of me, that wants to go over the old James Bond version. There's another part of me that doesn't. It's kind of one of those things. Like the part of me that wants to go over that game, wants to go over it more as a historical piece than as a full-on version of the than as a kind of a more of a full-on case. If I were to do something like that, I'll debate it with some people, probably to hop on the Discord and muse, mew as one might say. If I were to do something like that, it would be kind of like what I did with MERP a little bit, where it would be like, here's the James Bond RPG, here's everything there. If you want to play a new updated version of the game that's a little bit easier to get a hold of, obviously, you can play it. You can play Classified. I might do something like that. I might not. Depends on how I'm feeling. All right. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to take a second and scarf down some food, because I'm fucking hungry, everyone. I'm fucking hungry. That's the secret here. So I'm going to take a break, and you should all take a break as well, everyone. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Hey, everyone, take 5. Yeah, unless you want to. Do we want to fucking? No, I'm not gonna mukbang. I'm not Nikado Avocado, even though Nikado Avocado got thin now. Ah, all right. It was good. Burger. Burger and some fries. So, uh, let's do our final one, which I'm going to need. Luckily, I don't have any beer to drink myself into a fucking cup. Welcome to the capstone of this entire experience. Welcome to Triangle Agency. Triangle Agencio. I'm going to be very honest with you, Kings. I fucking hate Triangle Agency. Fucking hate this game. I'm going to explain why now. So, Triangle Agency actually released this year. Brand new game, came out earlier this year. And it is, if we go right here, new role-playing. Now, they've got everything, of course, Dicebreaker. Dicebreaker might have some influence on it. Paranormal investigation, corporate horror, SCP, Foundation, Severance, X-Files, and Control. Mostly Control, by the way. You can get the Delta test right here. Yeah, Vane got you got the team. Now, these are the two people behind everything. This is Caleb Zane Hewitt. Kind of the main man behind everything. Hello, Caleb Zane Hewitt. Here are his children's books. And here is in Top Elf. Now, this is his adult game. He's a professional game master for game I like, games I am... He is also on a talk show about video game characters, about Persona and Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. Does he have a Sonic 2 medallion? Maybe. Anything else about this man? Why is he popular? Why is he anything? Why did he make a lot of money doing this? I don't know. Yeah, no, that makes sense. He wrote Minecraft. He wrote Minecraft book. Oh. Playwright. The thing is, he's done a lot of things. And this is his... It feels like first foray into... first major foray into being a, game designer. Feels like it. You kind of see over here, freelance game master, self-employed. Now he works at Haunted Table Games for the past 2 years, effectively. Now, this is Haunted Table. They only talk about Triangle Agency. Nothing too exciting there, because Triangle Agency is Triangle Agency. Caleb seems to be a perfectly normal guy. Yeah, very, how do I want to put this nicely? Okay, I'm gonna put this really nicely. This is Triangle Agency. I just want to get this out of the way right now. This is Triangle Agency. Everything this man is, it's very safe for Reddit, if that makes any sense. Is he a bad guy? No, I think very safe for Reddit. Says all the right things in all the right places. I have nothing against the man. I have nothing against... Just very safe in that regard. Nothing too... This is his first real game that he's made. And we'll see that made is a very contentious subject. This is the other guy. This is Sean Ireland. He's the other designer. I'm going to put that in huge quotation marks. Now, creative game designer, board game sommelier, writer, performer, and improviser. He's all these different things. Triangle Agency, the hero is you. I asked people if they knew what the hero of you is, and it is a... I don't... It's a LARP thing, I think, maybe. I don't know what it is. Whatever it is, not that. A novelty Instagram account. A limited run YouTube series about someone famous. And then he asked for $20 million to make HBO's Game of Thrones better. Because he wanted to fix Dorne. as the three whitest people available wanted to fix Dorne, the worst kingdom in Game of Thrones. Very I don't know what else he's done. I looked. It's one of those things where you like look at Sean Ireland and you're like, all right, what have you done? Triangle Agency and Paranormal, like it's Triangle Agency. Okay, have you done anything else? No. Game Masters Co-op of NYC. I think this is him as well. I think a lot of these guys are professional GMs, if that makes sense. And the professional GM types who play 5e professionally, quote unquote. One of the weird things with this particular game, this is the Delta test. This is the special, like, you can get this game for free version. This is the free version. Arguably, get this, don't bother with the main game. Unironically, do not pay $30 for this. I'd be insulted if you did. But some of the other odd things is, you kind of look over here, one night, liminal horror triangle agent. You're in space and everything is fucked. Perfectly fine. Crossover adventure with you're in space and everything's fine. Crossover adventure with liminal horror. Even down to the fact of like, oh, you got a bunch of agency approved decor, and they hosted a jam of trying to cross over trying to cross over it up with a bunch of things, and weirdly enough, all of these streams and podcasts talking about the game. This is a lot, by the way. This is absurdly a lot. You even got things like Will Jobst involved. Good Luck Press. This guy won an award, actually. Got a bunch of these other little things. He won an award for this Discord has ghosts in it. A lot of people are involved. A weird thing. You know, a lot of the... Yeah, it's a lot of this, and then it's like, you go to the Kickstarter page. This is the Kickstarter page. They made $380,000 for this game. $380,000. I kept wondering, okay, like, this has to be something pretty impressive, right? And... No. It's... Press, Forbes, Dicebreaker, Game Rant. Early reviews. EXE. Bill Mansky, we scroll product. Liminal Horror Guide. Audio reporter and producer. All of these things. Even down to where's the one that I thought was very fascinating? Yeah, one of the stretch goals. Liminal Horror. Stretch goal 3, expanded unit, Liminal Horror. The Company. Yeah, no, it's The Company, a completely different game. And Fist. Yeah, you get a copy of a completely different game called Fist. And then, hey, here's The Architect, a completely different game. And this was one line that hit me. And when I realized it, I was going insane. The Triangle Agency Universe. The Triangle Agency Universe. Oh. Once you realize that, it like things start making a little bit more sense, and that horror factor starts building up. But I don't think it's the kind of horror they're expecting. More like, oh, fuck, you guys are hacks. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no. Oh, God. How does this keep happening? I don't know what I got rid of. So, yeah, you know, a completely different person is making this game, by the way. Because that's another odd thing with, to give you an idea. Where's the, let me see if we can find a list of everybody working on the game. It's fucking nuts. So, Caleb Zane Hewitt, Sean Ireland. These are the two game designers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different artists working in the main books. They lay out our at Vault Rider. Now, the Vault missions. These are the expansion missions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people writing adventures and stuff. Max Key, Vegas UI designer, QPox, and never the same. GMless and GM agnostic design. Several mothership modules. All like things here. Vault artists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional artists. Oh, have no fear. We've even got people doing prop design. We've got basic designers on this. We've got a video editor on staff. We got a voice actress on staff and a composer on staff. This is fucking bonkers. And even down to the fact, like, all the media, like, these are, like, hey, here's all the various streams and, like, live streams and actual play podcasts, people talking about the game, all the upcoming events going that already have happened, by the way. There's a full roadmap. How do I want to word this? Now, mind you, this is their first game. First game. Well, I genuinely don't know, Sublime, but we're going to talk about, there's a little bit of that, actually. So, to give you the idea of the inspirations for this. Control, water coolers, SCP Foundation, That Job You Hated, Scooby-Doo, The X-Files, TV sitcom, The Monster at the End of the Book, Homestuck was mentioned, X-Men, D&D, Taxes, Severance, Jujutsu Kaisen, Supernatural, The Craft Sequence, Legend of Zelda, Better Off. Yeah, there was a bunch of like, oh, there's inspirations here. People claimed Chainsaw Man. It's not really Chainsaw Man at all. I don't know about that. It's a very odd experience for me because I'm going like there's two parts of me. Part one is the hopeful side, saying, wow, this is actually pretty impressive. They clearly got a lot of love, care, and affection for this game, and they put a lot of things in for it. There's another part of me that says, this isn't actually what it is. They got previous funding. They know people. They know a lot of people. They've sucked a lot of cocks. They've appealed to certain groups, and this is one of the most manufactured games I've ever seen. It's extremely manufactured. It's one of those things, was this a natural expression of someone's creativity being rewarded, or was this, we sat in a room with a bunch of people with actual money, we hammered out an idea in the boardroom. Once we've confirmed everything, we just make sure the right people are in the right places, and we don't mention the fact that we received $35,000 of seed funding from a completely different group. I don't know. Because if you notice, they don't have a breakdown. Where the fuck is this money going? Genuinely speaking, I have no idea where the money is going. They don't even have a breakdown, I don't think. If they do have a breakdown, you can't find it on here very easily because everything is post-ironic, funny, hee-hee, hoo-hoo, ha-ha moments. It's odd. It's just a very... Because if you like, look at it and let's like, okay, I want triangle agency. What pops up? It's nothing much pops up about it. And it's like, it's people seem to enjoy it, but it's like I don't get the appeal to but here's the game. Triangle agency. Everyone smile. Now, I'm going to say this right now. I do not like games like this. I do not like meta games. Of course, we use Dusty Berries. Now, mind you, to give you an idea, this is the character. It's an 11-page character sheet, by the way. This is important. This is an 11-page character sheet. You will not need 11 pages for this. But just to make sure we all. Why is JJK here anyway? It's for a very specific 11? Yeah, 11. Yes, it is 11 pages. Technically 10 because the last page is notes. But yeah, no, it's 11 pages. This is the and if you may say, Notepad, why aren't you using this one? Because it's broken. Yeah, they broke the fucking character sheet. So we're not using that one. I had to put my own in. Now, let's just dive right in. I'm going to tell you why I don't like this game right off the bat. First things first, why I don't like this game. It's doing the meta thing. Oh, jeez. Hello. It's the very meta thing. I don't like the meta thing with this game. I don't care for it. I don't... What's long dead? Already dead. The JJK reference is... Here's the thing. When they say, like, oh, we're inspired by JJK, they probably watched one episode of JJK or watched one of those, like, anime summary videos on YouTube at 2x speed for it. That's what they mean by that. So, basic idea. They're trying to do the paranoia thing, but not working. Triangle Agency is a private corporation / tabletop role-playing game. You see this? It's the joke. That's a meta thing. Meta, right? It's meta. Dedicated to understanding and attaining a paranormal phenomenon in the modern world. These phenomena are known as anomalies. Extremely dangerous. With a wide range of support staff, this document / game is primarily concerned with the entry-level position of field agent. Field agents / player characters are hired to status of residents, mundanes who have bonded with anomalies to gain supernatural powers. At the agency, we believe everyone deserves a chance for their future residents. But yeah, that's the thing. It's spoken to you as in it's a meta narrative that this is a handbook effectively being handed out to players, otherwise known as your table selves. Because it's the meta that your character is not you. You are a person playing a character who is technically being controlled by a table self. You are not living the stress of your current moment, instead enjoying the refreshing beverage and imaginary table of your choice. The agency is happy, you're happy. Win-win. Leaving the table between missions is an experience separate, mundane existence, where you have an entirely different relationship, superstitions, and employment. Totally normal and common part of the extra. Don't forget to clock in on your return. Do you get it? It's the funny part. Now, The biggest thing about it is that you always are going to need 6d4. Now, everyone, we're gonna play a fucking game. I want to play a fucking game with every single one of you people. When do we learn how to roll the dice? Make a guess of what page that is. It is more Chainsaw Man than JJK? No. They probably watched even less Chainsaw Man, and they just probably masturbated to Makima porn or whatever. Yeah, it's SCP Gravity Falls Edition. No, it's not even that. It's like Control. It's Reddit. It's Reddit. It's all Reddit. I fucking hate Reddit. So best way to understand that you're going to learn how to actually play the game, you're going to learn that way later on. You're going to learn that. Let me see if I can remember the exact place where you actually learn how to roll the dice properly. What you need to do. You learn it on page 30 fucking 2. You make a character on page 60. The game ends. The game ends at page 130. It takes you halfway through the book to get to that point. Oh, but that's not... that's not technically, because you got the entire rest of the book. That's not what players are going to be looking at. Like, it takes a while, and it's just a very... Human flaw alert may perceive certain information in brackets like this. This is a known side effect of psychological friction that comes from a tabletop role-playing game technique clashing with your lived experience. It's... Yeah, effectively, your job is to go out, find an anomaly, and put it in a suitcase. It's the magic suitcase. That's what you need to do. They are bad. The corporation does things to make money to get things. That's all you need to know. Access denied. Do you get it? It's funny meta thing. It's SCP. Ha 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 ha. I don't like meta stuff like this. I don't like meta stuff like this at all. This has never been my thing. I have never enjoyed stuff like this. I am not the target audience for this game. I was annoyed the second I started reading it. I'm going to get annoyed later on. It's Reddit struck. It's the entire time I was thinking people on Reddit are going to fucking love this game and then buy the book and never touch it again. Because that's the point. So effectively, you're part of a branch. You're part of the business, or you might be working at headquarters. Not many people do. All of this shit, technically worthless. Don't think about that. None of this is useful information. All you really need to know, triangles. Everyone loves triangles. This is the company. You work at the company. The company does things. Your job, preserve reality, apprehend anomalies, control yourself. What's your general employment? Effectively, what you are trying to do, the basic idea of what you are attempting to do at all points. Basic premise is, there is a thing distorting reality. Stop it before everyone dies. Now, you might be thinking, oh, hey, didn't we already cover this up here? And no, well, we got to reiterate it. Because that's... If there's ever something with Triangle Agency, is that it takes 3 times as long to get anything done. Because they'll reiterate this again, about 3 different times. Effectively, assign what the fuck you're doing, investigate, encounter the thing. Cool. There are 3 ways to deal with it. There's 3 outcomes to every single mission. You seal it, you kill it, you fuck up. Those are your 3. You want to capture everything. Because if you capture it in your magic briefcase, it goes in the vault, everyone's happy. You shoot it with a fucking gun, it's dead. Nothing nothing good, nothing bad. It escapes, everyone gets a demerit, and that's bad. No one wants demerits. Commendations and demerits are like the most common thing that you're trying to build up. Those are the things that you want. You get commendations by doing good things, you get demerits by doing bad things. You're never going to get a shit ton of commendations unless the GM is deliberately handing out commendations for you. Because you actually don't have that long of the game to play. Makes a little bit more sense later. Like, okay, step on a tile. Haha, demerit. Again, it's like, oh no. We need to do... Someone is doing things to the sandwich shop. We need to convince reality that everything is perfectly normal. And then you encounter the anomaly and convince everything is perfectly normal as you seal it in a briefcase. It's the sandwich shop. Haha. It's funny. Basic concept of an anomaly. They don't do a great job of explaining anomalies in the book, and I don't know if that's the fucking point or it's what. The thing is with an anomaly is that an anomaly is an emotion. It could be any emotion that it gets strong enough. It starts associating with a focus. What's that focus? The focus is what you're trying to kind of, what it's obsessing over. It builds in power until it either bonds with someone or it loses its focus. In which case it'll turn hollow. It turns hollow, fuck, kill it with a gun. Now, you may be wondering, Notepad, what does this all mean? I have my anomaly has a focus of the sun. It loves being out in the sun. It wants to make sure that people love being in the sun. It is a distorted reality that the sun is growing brighter constantly. It is blinding. But everyone says this is perfectly normal and nothing is going wrong. We need to stop this person, obviously. What do? If we cut it off from its focus, it is going to... it's going to get weaker. It's not going to like it. You can either try to confuse it, being like, well, if there's a sun, there has to be a moon. And, if you're obsessed with the sun, that means you're obviously obsessed with the moon. Then it gets confused, and then it goes in the box. You can try to reason with it to go in the box to save itself, effectively. Or you shoot it with a gun. Why does the thought of distorting reality exist in a supposition between based and racist? It's the way that it's done, based in Reddit. It's depending on how it's done. If it's like, oh, I'm manipulating reality, I can do whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, ha 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 ha, and it's something goofy and something stupid, it leans toward that Redditore way. If it's like, if there is a rule behind it, if that makes sense. There is a logic behind it. It's thoughts making a little bit more sense. They try to do a good job with it, with this, and you'll understand why it kind of falls through in that regard. For a very simplistic reason. It's very annoying, because I look at it from a game design standpoint, and from a game design standpoint, I fucking loathe this book. From a reading perspective, just read House of Leaves, and you will get a lot more out of life. So, personal anomalies. You technically have an anomaly, and that's the entire reason you're a resident, because you have an anomaly. Hey, that doesn't make any sense. Don't think about it. Effectively, what happens is every single time you make a roll, it builds chaos. Anything you do builds chaos. Anomalies use chaos to do things. When do you learn about this? Page 130. No, it never talks about it again. It could use minor anomalies. These are bad things that go on. And then loose ends. Effectively, anytime a mundane person witnesses bullshit supernatural shit, it creates a loose end. Loose ends is bad, because the more loose ends there are, the stronger anomalies get until you start having to deal with them. So, how do we capture one? Satisfy its focus, convince it that it's counterproductive, remove the source of its focus. You want to make it sad. You want to make it feel happy, you want to make it feel confused, or want to make it feel sad. Shoot it with a gun, alternatively. Seal it in the case. Commendations are good. You do your job, you get commendations. You can use commendations to buy shit. Demerits. Bad things. Don't want that. You get 10 demerits and everyone you lose horrible shits on you. Suck. It's like someone read Paranoia and didn't quite understand what Paranoia was all about. It's great. So, generally speaking, this is the demerit system. You get 1 demerit, you need improvement. You get 3 demerits. You are that employee. Oh, you get 4 demerits. You're alone at lunch. Target of passive aggression. They're still trying to change. We had such high hopes for you. Frozen yogurt room access revoked. I could see the little fucking Reddit snoo there. If I zoom in far enough, I can see the little snoo smirking at me. It's, I don't like the, like, post funny. I don't like that kind of stuff. It's just not my kind of humor. It's not my kind of, like, haha, that's jokey. I'm like, I don't. I've worked in an office. I've been an office worker. It's not that, like, I don't know why people think it's like this worst thing in the world. And you ever worked in an office, or have you just watched The Office? Very different things. So, this is the entire idea, which is the idea of play wall documentation. Throughout this book, you're going to find, go to this. A1, B4, 7C, or whatever, doesn't matter. The entire idea for this is these play wall documents is that if you complete an objective, you open to that page of the book and you read out what's going on there. That's where the meta progression comes in. That's where the meta element. Because the meta element, the meta aspect is that the game is playing you. You can see, that's creative. I too played Doki Doki Literature Club once. It's trying to be meta, and that's the joke, that it's meta, and the company is, everything is protected by the agency OS, because I really hate meta shit. Very rarely do I like meta stuff. And the reason I don't like this kind of stuff is because everything is, nothing feels genuine. It always feels like there is a... How do I want to word this? It doesn't feel like I'm reading a corporate document. If they did the whole thing like this was just a corporate document, I think I'd be more into it. But the fact that, like, the entire time, I can physically feel the writer kind of, like, elbowing me. Do you get it? Do you get it? Are you having fun? Are you laughing? It's funny, right? Corporate. I want to kill someone. I want to grab his little fucking soy jacking neck and snap it. I don't like when the meta element is just shouting at you. And that's what this game is. It shouts at you about its stupid meta element. Hate it. Can never deal with it. I do not like these kinds of things. And it doesn't help that it's like, it's part of the Triangle Agency universe. Oh, all the universes are connected to it. Yeah, it's kind of like with Lobotomy Corporation. I kind of like the idea with, like, the ideas with that and, like, the manual. It's fun when it's behind the scenes. And you're like, oh, I see, there's some stuff going on that doesn't want to tell me. Oh, I see what's going on. Not like the stuff that's just shouting at you that there's a meta element, or do you pay attention to the meta element? And we'll see it get worse later. You're going to see as well, it's just, it gets harder and harder to read at some aspects. But yeah, basic idea, you complete all your mission reports, you get commendations. What do commendations do? You get it's money. You buy stuff with it. But you can't buy most stuff because you don't actually have much time to play this game. Fun fact. So, page 36, we have finally learned how to play the game. You want to know how you play the game? You take 6 D4s. Fucking D4. You take 6 D4s. And you roll. Any number that comes up with 3, you have succeeded with. That's it. That's the system. 6 D4, count 3 is the success dice. It's D4 dice pool. The thing is, it's like, they'll say shit like this, and it's like, that's our dynamic retro console probability enhancement system. Don't worry about it. And you want to know why I fucking hate this system? It's for one really basic mechanic. So, there's a couple things to think about. So, first things first, is chaos. Any failed die you have counts as 1 chaos. Except if you have 3. If you have 3, it doesn't do that anymore. Except when it does. Except when it doesn't. Don't think about it. The thing is, the more chaos that happens, the harder things get for you. Alright, doesn't... that's fine. It's meta, it's meta, do you get it? It's meta, 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 meta. They could say something a lot easier and just say that, but they have to constantly throw the meta stuff at you. I think that's the part that gets really annoying for me, is that every single time they can throw a meta element at you, they throw it at you, rather than holding back on it. It should be used a lot more sparingly than it is. Because it's not using more sparingly, I am not being like, oh, wait, that's kind of weird. That's a weird thing. It is, oh, fuck, you just ruined the page. Like, what is this? This was an entire giant, wait, this is a piece of wasted space. Nothing is going on here. Like, this means nothing. Like, we've already established this. You could establish this up here. You can summarize, like, again, this is multiple pages that mean nothing. That it's like, let's spend multiple pages saying nothing. Because the idea is everything you have is based off your qualities. Everything about what you want to do good. This is fine. Cool. All your abilities are this. Neat. You don't roll your qualities. Nope, you're wrong. Not your qualities. You instead get quality assurances. What's a quality assurances? Effectively, a quality insurance is this thing. So I have 3 in attentiveness, 3 in persistence, 3 in subtlety. I need to make a subtlety check. I'm going to roll my dice. I'm making a subtlety check. So, I've got 1 success, 2 success. I got 2 successes. I want to convert one of my dice into a 3. I can spend one of my subtlety, so quality assurances, and convert it to a 3. I've got 3 now. Because all of these are separate meta currencies. Every single one of them is a separate meta currency. These are not stats. This is a pool of currency. You have no stats. Every character is fundamentally the same. It's great. We're not better at anything than anyone else. Effectively, all the quality assurance does is change the die face. You will either change it to a 3 or not a 3. No other side actually matters. You're like, oh, it's a 3 is important. It's not. You can literally use all that matters is that you have a 25% chance. Now, you don't restore QAs fast. Now, there's one thing I don't like about the QA system. Very simply, burnout. When one of your qualities has no quality assurance, including never had any at all, you have burnout. Burns 1 die showing 3, reducing your chance of success and adding 1 chaos to the roll. If I make a professionalism, presence, initiative, empathy, dynamism, duplicity roll, I roll my dice, and any 3 I see gets removed. It just gets eradicated. It doesn't do anything anymore. It's now gone. Because yes, this is fun. And yeah, you can have multiple burnout, by the way. If you have multiple burnout, there's a chance that you will be, hey, you can possibly get to the fact that you have no problem, that you have additional problems, and you always just get more chaos from it. Nothing good ever happens. I don't like the burn. I don't like this core system, like, at all, really, because I find it just annoying. It's like, yeah, sorry, most of the things you do, you will just fail. And once you realize why you're doing it, so you simply fail and you also get penalized? Yes. You fail and get penalized. Because it builds chaos, and chaos makes your life harder. Even though chaos is just a currency the GM has to use. And every roll builds chaos. Now, under the vague situation, you might end up in Triscendence. What is Triscendence? When you roll exactly 3 3s, or any adjustments, you are doing well. You can add any number of 3s to this roll. I have no idea what this actually means. This makes no... This will never show up in any remote capacity unless you have already have 3 burnout, in which case you have now just said, I have 3 successes. I'm just going to win. Ta-da, I win. That's all that all hands would do. You can just say, I succeed. Circle back. Replenish. 3 quality assurance. Or receive 3 commendations. Now, the thing is, the moment of your success, you are psychically connected to every employee of the agency you borrowed our combined power. Everyone can see that you're doing and celebrate your victory. Put on a show. You'll be sure to hear about your transcendent moment at the water cooler tomorrow. The likelihood of a transcendence occurring is very fucking low, by the way. Oh, it'll get an award. Because the idea as well is the idea of stability. If you roll 3 or 6, the idea is that you want 3 or 6. If you get 3 3s or 6 3s, you end up with, congratulations, you get a 0. Why do you want the 0? You get 0 chaos from it. Because you're stable, because it's 3. Oh, so you can invoke Transcendence with this. No, you can't invoke Transcendence with this. A Transcendence does not also have to be stability, by the way. Because you could have Burnout with your Transcendence, and if you have Burnout with your Transcendence, you don't get stability and you just lose a success, but you also get the bonuses, which means you should just use the thing to get more 3s on it, which means you can mitigate all the chaos. Yeah, no, here's the quick reference. This is literally, to give you an idea, this is the entire game. This is what you are buying this tabletop role-playing game for. So, kind of the idea is, like, you have the idea of asking the agency. What is asking the agency all about? The most basic premise of, if you want something to happen, you will ask the agency of looking for a desired outcome. I need a traffic jam to stop that vehicle. Boom. I need a traffic jam to stop the vehicle. Well, an accident happened up the road and it's clogged everything. Okay, actually, well, that doesn't work. Well, no, there's a check engine light going on, and someone's wheel blows out. Someone's wheel blows out. And because I want to because I'm rolling with subtlety. That's what it is. I'm trying to be subtle about it. Oh, someone's wheel blow out without them realizing, causing an accident. And then you roll your dice. If you score a 3, congratulations. It happens. Multiple 3s do not do anything unless you have 3 3s, in which case no chaos is generated. Yeah, 40. So, thing is, immediately ask the agency to adjust things that have not already been established as true. Will not directly interfere with people's free will. It's hard to influence someone's mind that is to manipulate systems and affect demographics or crap. This is a fucking lie, by the way. Fun fact, this is a lie that the game tells you. Understand that. This is a lie. And I don't know if it's a meta lie or because they're hacks. I really don't know. Becomes established. And a simple or vague causality chain is workable. I'll say on what quality is relevant. Now, this is the TTRPG initiative. You may say, wow, this is fucking impossible to read. I know. I'm going to open it up here. Reality alteration is very powerful, but it's limited by the user's belief in the plausibility of their change. Prior to the TTRPG initiative, because it's a meta thing about TTRPGs, right? Laugh! Agents struggle to use this power due to the many things they passively considered fixed about their world. Now that you are a fictional character piloted by an alternate table self, you'll find the process goes quite smoothly. Oh, it's gonna get an award. It's gonna get a shit ton of awards. Yeah, so On a success, things go wrong. On a failure, usually something bad happens. Usually it goes through, but something goes on. The second is anomaly abilities. What's an anomaly ability? Every character's got a set of anomaly abilities. Now, Dusty here, Dusty has an anomaly. He's got 3 anomaly abilities, but I've got my 3 up here. I have the ability to eliminate. Whenever I need to make a check, I roll professionalism. I do not have professionalism. I have a burnout on. So what I do is I aim my gun and I shoot. Look at my dice. I scored I didn't score transcendence. I would have scored 4 successes. Scored 4. Target is eliminated without a trace. They're gone. Everything about them is snapped out of existence because I have a gun anomaly. Now, on a failure, I just shoot them with a gun and they fucking explode. It's a horrible, horrible sight for everyone involved. And you're like, damn, that's nuts. Wow, Jesus. That's literally all that it is. This is all that this is. Now we get to the part that I fucking hate about this. The part about this game that I really set me over the edge. Failure is assumed. Not every agent is human, so maybe exceptional in a few ways. Your skills and fragility are generally equivalent to an average person. Regular people, before they bond with an anomaly, have restricted your anomaly from causing any transformation that would create loose ends. There are no skill checks in Triangle Agent, because we know you will fail at anything risky or difficult that you attempt. Anytime you think this might not work, take our word for it. It won't. In fact, we're currently conducting research on noted trend that Triangle Agency agents are especially hapless and unlikely to succeed at their daily lives. Right now, the evidence is primarily anecdotal. Rolling is entirely agent player initiated. Your general manager will often warn you if something you're trying to do isn't going to work, and may require you to ask the agency or use an anomaly ability to reach a desired effect. We recommend that you embrace your normality. Ask the agency for anything you want to attempt that you aren't part of you can accomplish. If you take a risk, you'll probably get hurt physically or emotionally. This is one of the most bizarre elements of this game, which is the idea of an assumption of incompetency. You do not make rolls. You don't. Your character that you've made, doesn't do anything. Never think they do anything. That is the incorrect statement. Your anomaly does something. The magic power that you have bonded with does something. One of 3 things, actually. You don't get that many options. Yeah, you're assuming people are being interesting. Or you are asking the agency to do it. You are establishing the causality chain. Doing this. Every single action you do is asking the agency to help you do it, or using one of your 3 anomaly powers. That is it. There is a part of me that feels nothing but agony. I want you to know that. Because I am a person who says power to the players should be able to do what they wish, even if it's unlikely a success. This is a game that says don't do that. Because I don't know if that's on purpose either. Like, unironically, I don't know if that's the point of the game. And it might be in one of the playwalled documents. Oh, you finally get to play the game. I don't know. Like, as default, the entire concept is that you get to do 2 actions, which is beg the GM to make sure that you know what you're doing, and use an anomaly ability that usually does like 2. That's all you get to do. If the GM literally says like, oh, well, you just have to ask the agency to do. It's really weird. Because usually, like, my big thing is roll to bag. Yes, effectively, it's roll to bag. And it's one of those weird things where I don't know if this is on purpose. There's a thing I usually put in some of my system, which is the assumption of competence. As a character, you have an assumption of competence. you don't need to do rolls for 95% of things, really, because you're fine. You don't need to roll to make fucking ramen noodles. You don't need to roll to walk across the room. You don't even really need to roll to climb a fence, because that's pretty easy for most people, relatively speaking. If there's something exterior going on, make a roll for it. But that's not the case with this. It is the assumption of incompetence. You will fail at everything you do unless you ask the GM. And really, that's what it boils down to. It's ask the GM. Go to K2. Go to K2. Go to K2. And the thing is, you can... Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the idea, like, you gotta go to K2 for this, which is, one of the ideas that you can get new anomaly powers. It's a pitch to do, but you can get new anomaly powers. But we're gonna learn why the anomaly powers kind of fucking suck. So, harm. You get two kinds of, there's effectively two kinds of harm. One harm, you die, normally. 2 up harm, die horribly. The entire idea is you can burn quality assurance from anything to reduce harm to 0. What does this mean? You are stabbed by a sword for 1 harm. The stabbing occurs, visible for all to see. However, after spending 1 quality assurance, 1 magic point from any of your 9 pools of it, they are not hurt as it passes harmlessly through them. Feel free to take advantage of your attacker's confusion, but if they are mundane, they've likely become a loose end. Make sure to remove any blades, bullets, or poison for them in the mission. Spend 2 QA. Nuh-uh. This is literally the nuh-uh system. Yeah, it's... Everything does 1 or 2 harm. That's effectively all you... anything above 2 harm is a meme. It is like, yeah, just burn all your resources to not die horribly. But even if you do die horribly... Yeah, you get resurrected. You can't die. Ah! You think you can escape the cycle of censor? Ha ha! Yeah, so, what do we... Okay, conflict resolution, that's be something... No, don't think about it too hard. One of the ideas that there's a conflict between 2 characters, just negotiate and just say with what you want to have happen, unless someone pulls out a power, in which case they take priority. It determines the outcome. You both roll a bunch aside, and the number of 3s received, and you're trying to build up to 7. This, again, we're going to reiterate this multiple times. We've built up to 6, we built up to 7, I succeed and he fails. That's it. I get what I want, you don't get what you... But then everything, like, look everyone, it's funny because it's donuts. Oh, jeez. It's, I want donuts, I want crepes, I want this. Everyone explodes and it's goddamn tambourine. Voting, GM call, the birthday rule. And then we get into... the other bit. This is the content control. It takes 56 pages to get to the fucking trigger warning pane. Very interesting. Now, one of the funny things... yeah, comfortable in navigating sort of maximum productivity, off limits and all this. The weird thing is this. Adjusting physical realities to ensure accessibility for agents. Repairing, replacing, or creating accessibility devices, and adjusting the target's mind to overcome or eliminate discriminatory behavior. Because remember, oh, we can't influence the minds of people. This is actually blatantly false. They can. And I genuinely don't know if this is on purpose or they're just idiots. I'm skinning, not stabbing. Well, that's the weird thing, Refligan, is the idea with that, what that would be, is that would be 3 instances of 1 harm damage. Not 3 harm, it would be 3 instances of 1. You may be thinking, that doesn't make any sense. And yeah, like, that doesn't make any sense. And the answer is, no, and then you just leave. Again, it's one of those things where I don't genuinely thinking, I think if you were to be stabbed to death by someone, by 3 people stabbing you, you would take 1 harm, and you would spend 1 quality assurance to say, no, and just not die. Everyone would be like, wow, that's weird that you can't die even though we're stabbing you because we're just passing through you. Yeah, this is just one of those really weird things where they make a big point about saying we can't alter the minds of other people. But here's the thing saying we can alter the minds of other people. Which again is this on purpose? Or is this real or is this fake? That's kind of the funny thing. Is this the author saying we have to put in the section that you can't be racist? Or is this I think this is meta. Is this yeah, exactly. Talking about the player. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, and this is another reason why I don't like any of these meta games really, because it gets like, is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in the landslide, escape from reality. That's one of the things with this game that it's just like, oh. And then, that mind you, and then, at this point, by the way, right here, we'd restart playing the game. We've already talked about identifying where region you are, what is the mundane, what is supernatural anomalies, and building your arc. This is actually where you start making your character at page 60. And this is where a majority of the fucking game is. It's great. So, what is your anomaly? This is the first part of your character. This is the thing that you bonded with. Because if we're using the JJK reference, you have eaten one of Sukuna's fingers. You have now eaten it and have not shat it out, unfortunately, for everyone involved. In Chainsaw Man, you have bonded with a devil. This is not like Power or Makima, who is technically just the devil. This is like Denji. You have bonded with a devil. This is the fluffiness and cakes devil. Oh no, cancer devil, you can't fight him. The nothing ever happens devil is here. What do we do? Absolutely nothing. Now, this is when people say like, oh, it's like Chainsaw Man. I don't really see Chainsaw Man. So this is the idea of I'm going to select the gun. This is the gun anomaly. It's a gun. What's your ability? What is it? You get these 3 abilities. Ability 1, eliminate. You just remove someone. Quick draw. You're shot first. The aggressor takes 1 harm before their attack and they do not succeed at hurting you. Additional 3. You may choose an additional target harm. On a failure, you misfire. Something important to you is damaged and the original attack against you proceeds. Open carry. You feel so great the mundane can sense it. That's it. Now, there are a couple of these. So these are your starting anomalies. You got the Whisper, which is Garfield Cat Phone. With some of their abilities of being like silencing or reading people's thoughts. The Catalog anomaly, which is letting you make more shit. The Drain anomaly, which is, I don't even know how to react to that. The Timepiece anomaly, which is all about time manipulation, and the Growth anomaly, which is all about being Kermit the fucking flesh monster. You want to expand, you want to get bigger. Obviously the gun. Dream anomaly, it's all about being not real. Larger than life, pick a mind and rapid shadow around you. Nap time, pinch and target, roll subtlety. Sight visit. And then the manifold, things are just not quite right. You're just a distorted nightmare creature. And the absence, which you can't read. Yeah, you just disappear into negative reality. These are your starting anomalies. These are the things that you have bonded with. I want to play I want to play Yuji, you say. You have a gun. Your gun is to win, and you say, nuh-uh, and they explode and die. It's shitty if you print the book. Like, fuck is the Watsoni explanation for? What kind of game are you playing? We are looking over Triangle Agency. This is a relatively new game that came out. We're going through it. We're talking about it and how I don't like the game very much. Not my thing, and I'm getting annoyed with it gradually over time. Went over a couple games. We're 5 hours into this nightmare, but yeah, you can't print this book, by the way. You can't print this thing by yourself. No, that ain't happening. So, these are your realities. Your realities are who you are when you're not being an agent. All of them suck. Every single one of them. They all suck. Why do they suck? Well, let me tell you. Your reality, none of this really matters. All that matters is that, let's say, for example, I'll go down to struggling. So, struggling is, I have no money and I must scream. So, the entire idea of my reality trigger is the fly in my wallet. Never have enough money. May use reality trigger to make something you're obligated to pay. Not to borrow from a friend. Well, and the second you make a lot of money, you burn it all and mark one here. And once you hit 4, congratulations, you escape the tragedy of needing money. And how do you do this? You spend 3 chaos to activate someone's reality trigger. Okay, anything else? Well, you get to remove burnout because you just say when you're going to do something that will get you a good deal, you ignore burnout. What's your onboarding questions? And then your relationship matrix. What is this relationship matrix all about? It literally just means how you're getting. They're just relationship bonuses you get. Connection, which you can improve for later things. That's what all of these do, technically. Some of them work pretty well. Even though they don't really make sense for what you're doing, like the caretaker. Like, yeah, hey, I'm taking care of a fucking a fucking baby. Things are going wrong. You want to make it independent. It's your favor. You're doing something to maintain your dependent. Ignore all burnout. Relationship matrix. It's the same thing. They overbooked. And with the ugliest dog known to human history. Look at this abomination. I hate it. It's like a presentation with the whole manual aspect. Damn, I feel like I gotta take notes with all this info. Yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit later. There's a lot of fucking information you need in this game. Like, a lot of information. It's not difficult, but it's just like, you make sure you write down all of this shit constantly. And it's a lot of pressure on the GM. Yeah, this is kind of the big thing that you need to know is you have a reality trigger where things go wrong. You need a burnout release to ignore problems, and you get 3 relationships. The newborn is kind of weird because it's the idea like you aren't fitting into modern society. You're just a weird dude. You don't quite get what's going on. And then romantic. Yeah, I don't get it either. All of these comments inside my head, turning my side into cringe impressions, getting bigger. Bang, 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 pull my Reddit trigger. I don't like this. Yeah, no, the romantics' entire gimmick is that they are romantics. Oh no, they're hot. And you want to get out with someone. That's right, I'm hot. And then the backbone, in which you play a smug Girl Scout leader, I guess. Or if we go by this, you can play a terrorist organization, but I don't talk about that part. Yeah, so endless responsibility. It's weird because all of the realities are like dog shit. You just feel like you're a dog shit person and nothing is ever going right. And why would you ever take this job? And why does it matter? Because you're a reality bending agent. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, here's the creature. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're just a normal guy, but you're being controlled by little aliens or whatever. How do you do, fellow humans? Congratulations, you have successfully completed how to make your reality. I just chose struggling because I thought, yeah, that's appropriate for a guy with a fucking gun. Yeah, what's your superpower? I have a gun. What does it do? Kill people with a gun. That can't be your only superpower. You're right. My second superpower is beating you to death. I vibe with the creature for real, for real. So then we choose our competence. What's our competence? Well, this is effectively how you do things. Now, you always have a prime directive, sanctioned behaviors, and then you get your requisition. Your requisition is something that you do, you get, and you get to choose your initial competencies. We've got being PR. And you get, hey, when you create it, actually give a great excuse, ensure that you'll never speak of this again. You get commendations with 3 bonus commendations for doing it. But if you, every time you lie, you get demerits. But you get this ability. So I went with the Gravedigger. And yes, playing a barista is still available. Have no fear, everyone. You can play someone at Starbucks. Yeah. Yeah, each time you say someone's name correctly, you receive 1 demerit. If anyone plays this character, you're going to want to kill them. Any person plays the barista, you want to kill them. Because they never have to say any. That's the entire, like, yo, you gotta say their name constantly. Mm. So you can play an intern if you wish. And playing the intern is, yeah. Oops. I went with Gravedigger. Someone's got to do it. Masters the hidden and forgotten spaces they benefit the world tend to shy away from taboo and discomfort. The things out of sight, they must go to the side. Gravedigger happy places where places others aren't. Always face to face with realities, unwilling and unable to stomach. So, each time you touch something living, earn a demerit. Sanctioned behavior. Dig up dirt, clean up a mess, bury a problem. Initial requisition. Dracula's coffin. Yeah, Dracula's in the setting, apparently. Yeah, once each mission to place something inside that can fit when commas returned to the Earth. Every place inside never existed. All memories of it erased. Every effect it had on the world is ascribed to other sources. Oh my god, it's the self-assessment. You get your basic self-assessments. Like, these are what it means by what you actually get. Some of these work a bit better than others. The idea of the self-assessment is that you don't actually get many qualities at all. In fact, kind of fucking suck at everything. Again, I went with this. I chose these 3 things because I'm like, that's just who I am. Guy with a gun. Of course, there's reception, and then hotline, and then clown. Clown is what everyone will play, by the way, because each time you talk about feelings, receive a demerit. Demand a smile. I can't make when I can catch a thief making off with my balloon animals. I teach them to make their own. Show them blues aren't the only thing I can tie into novel shapes. I'm the doctor. I'm the doctor. I saw what happened to Pagalici, the chaos, the carnage, the wars that followed. Appreciate a more effective medical prescription. Yeah, it's funny because it's Reddit, and I fucking hate Reddit. Have you played Boktai? I have not played Boktai. What Boktai? Oh god, that's some ancient Game Boy. That's some Game Boy Kino. Alright, let's see. Various questionnaires, various abilities. Do not proceed past this point. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully played the game. One of the core ideas... Okay, now we're getting into the work-life balance. This is what I mean by you don't actually get much time to play your character. So, at the end of every mission, you fill out your work-life balance sheet. Alright? What do you do by getting your work-life balance sheet? Well, there's a few things that happen. Scroll down here, you get 30 abstracted units of time, and, time to represent. You lost when you strike out, meaning you make it permanently unavailable, the last unmarked mark of the other two. Mark the earliest unmarked mark of one of your available tracks, choose Violate. Oh, you lost. So, basic idea of how this works. At the end of every session, mark the earliest one with one of your available primary benefits. Generally speaking, you're going to get like one of these every session. Every time you play the game, you mark one. What does this mean? I become a trainee. I can no longer be here. And I can no longer get. I get this. I can no longer get this. I can no longer. The more you develop in certain angles, the more you are losing something. That makes sense. Competency is where you're going to go up. When you graduate, when you get your job, when you become a real person, you get to build this up. Generally speaking, you want to hit right here. You want to become a part of the chair, or executive VP maybe. At the end of the day, building all of these up, that's one, let's see, that would be a total of 30. You get 30 points to go on. You go all in on one, you're good. Generally, if you want to get the best result out of one of these, you need to go to 26, 27, or 23. But if you go to 23 here, it means you can only go up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here. Maybe you want to do something like this as your final ending point. Get a bunch of points and stuff. You're not doing it pretty extensively. Every time available after mission, you just mark 1. This is how you level up, technically. Every time you level up, you get something. You want to get as much as you can. The more you get, the better you do. And if you notice, do you get it? It's a thing. Uh-oh, looky here. It's a thing. So, effectively, you get benefits by doing things. Go down your competency, you increase your ability to do just about everything. If you want to be an actually, like, half-decent character, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You need 6 points down. You need to go to about... You need to be about a senior associate to feel like you actually are playing the game correct. But hey, maybe that's the point. Reality lets you increase your bonuses with people. Cool. Then you link by 1, then repeat for each network relationship. What does this mean? What does this mean? This means dun 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 dun. You get your friends or 3 seasons. Start with 3. More you do, the better you do. The more you get, the better you... Anytime you are mission MVP, you mark a box in your competency without striking out from the other tracks. Want to get MVP. Want to get MVP so you can get more competency. It's an endless spiral. Yeah, no, it's kind of even like when you receive a probation mark, one box into your anomaly track, striking out others. It's kind of what you want to have happen. And then we experience time, making time for time. They kind of talk about like, oh, you know, now the thing is, all of your, if you kind of see this, they say like, oh, well, you can either do 1 or 10. I genuinely do like 1 or 3 time units spent. Generally speaking, I have no fucking clue how you would make this last from 5 sessions. Genuinely no idea. Unless you're really invested in that idea, because it's so fucking boring to play. Like, it would be like, hey, you get 3. I would say probably you get 2 every session, just so you feel like you're actually increasing, so it would only be 15 sessions of this agony. Generally speaking, get competencies, you can get retirement. You do have the option of retiring during some of these play-walled sections. Play-wall that section, and you can just retire. And this is the idea of requisition. We want commendations. Why do we want commendations? Because we can spend it on shit. Like a coffee mug. Or a paper clip. But this is what I mean, like, sometimes the costs get really fucking high. For things that don't feel like they do too much. And that's the kind of the point. It's, look everyone, it's the $3 million gift card, haha. Hey, you know, want to do a history revision? Want to do a attack helicopter for 330 or 999 commendations, which you will never get? And of course you want to get, you know, when you get it, then you must experience the first time that scene. Effectively, if you have a connection with someone, you get something from them by virtue of them being around. Like if I were to be like, oh hey, like a pro, for example, Henry Tudor here, Henry Tudor would probably get something like well-read or venerable. Like he would get something like a bonus. However, get all, you know, get the most detriment, you go under, have to wear the red flag of disrepute and get a probation. If you're the mission MVP, you get more competency. Better. Good job. That's it. Now, get ready for it, everyone. Welcome to the GM section. I'm going to go through the GM section up to a very certain point, and then I am going to stop going over the GM section because it's not really worth talking about. This is why the GM section is annoying, because guess what? We have to reiterate what we've already done, but someone's being funny. See, it's funny because they're putting little quips at the Lamau. See, it's funny that way. I am fully falling asleep. Wow, funny, 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 funny. And yeah, this is the first time you actually get a decent explanation of what an anomaly actually is, because they don't explain it at all for the players. That's supposed to be the point, right? And this is what you end up with, and this is why I don't really like the meta elements of this book. It's like this. Like, it's like, oh god. Generally speaking, this is the meta progression. That's all you need to know. At the end of the day, it's anomalies as I explained before. Anomalies are not good. That's the thing. Anomalies are not good because they cause distortions in reality. You don't want them to become hollow. Hollow are bad. Hollow kill people. Hollow causes everything to go wrong. It becomes bloated and miserable. It goes around. You want to get rid of the anomaly, but you don't want it to become a hollow. But as a hollow, it's eventually going to die naturally. But you don't really want something like that flailing as it dies. So, appearance, minor anomalies, chaos, and chaos effects. This is the idea of your domain expansion, by the way. Yeah, this is the domain expansion. Notepad, where's my jujitsu? It's domain expansion. Anytime you get chaos, they can do things like this. Objects change in a mundane way. You can corrupt locations, reality triggers. Hey, the minor anomaly creation shop to create a new minor anomaly. Hey, you expand the anomaly's domain. Hey, and this is the idea of displace. For 8 chaos, a group of targets are brought to a surreal space created by the anomaly. No one can be harmed physically here, but the anomaly has full control over what they experience. Or you can just kill someone, or create 3 minor anomalies, or overwhelm them and try to kill someone. For 30 chaos, it'll just kill you. And this is the idea of our various little anomalies that are showing up that want to do things. Hey, it's a imprisoning anomaly. It wants to alter a place. It's a thieving anomaly. It loves to steal important things from people. It's just trying to impersonate. That's bad. We don't like that. We don't like impersonating. Yeah, so that's where the JJK camp comes in, because they have literally a domain expansion. Why did it turn into an art book? Because that's what this game is all about. That's all this game really has. Yeah, effectively, it's hard to read at this point, but they're trying to explain to you as the GM, what do you actually do? Pretty much, direct anomalies will kill you with 3. You need to actually beat them to death with 7 to 18 harm before they're just exhausted. You don't want to do that. Generally speaking, combat is not the right way to go. Sorry, it's Now get ready for this fucking amazing funny thing. Yeah. You get the idea of this. The more loose ends that are created, the more starting chaos that the anomaly has to work with. More weather events start coming in. And they start doing things, quirk chungus moments, like again, you have to count a louder equivalent to 3 before making any roll. No longer available MVP until loose end counts up to 44. Receivers of second Triscendants must give a short speech affirming their commitment to the undoing of loose ends and stabilizing reality. Or hey, so at the end of the current mission, the field activates forced into retirement. Alright, 77. The unraveling begins here. To avoid this, the branch region won't be removed from existence. Oh, wow. If you get too many loose ends, bad things happen. These are all the events. Desktop buddy, get ready for the desktop buddy. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped reading all of this. I don't. But Notepad, you should read all of this. It's all important thing. I don't care. I don't. My eyes hurt reading. The best thing about this is effectively saying you have to do things. Like, Yeah, power scene. Resonance mundane side and their anomalous power isn't always straightforward. The agency is right. The powers they've isolated the most dependable and predictable ones. Most powerful and somebody who want to explore these abilities. Yeah, it's this is very difficult for me to read and I don't like any of it. I think that's a good one. It's quirky. That's the best thing to worry about. It's a quirky thing. Yeah, all you really need to know about this section is just play the fucking game. Play the game. Don't force them to make rules. They don't need to do it. It's... We want to do that. Yeah. 4-odd team for anomalies while making them especially difficult for your age. These are my favorite kind of anomalies. This is kind of the idea with, like, challenges. Like... And this is kind of the thing with it, is, like, you want to be, like... You want to open a menu solutions. And it's like, okay. Like, wait a second. Like... Mystery. Stage occurrence anomalies impulse leads agency to anomaly. Oh god, my eyes. Making it fucking funny is not fun. Like, ugh. Yeah, no, welcome to me not reading any M guide because read. Yeah, it's very difficult to actually read any of things. Yeah, someone's observing lucky buckies you're going to swim making a loose end easily. Like, do these mean anything? No. Like, our relationship's cool. No. I don't, my eyes. You know, it's a scale issue. Yeah, like, I don't fucking care. If your game isn't fun to read, I'm not going to give a shit. Because these are the ideas of the Playwall document. Like, it literally is like a, oh, here's a bunch of options for you to select from. Oopsie doopsie, spare things going on. Do I like Triangle Agency? No, I don't like the way this game reads. I don't like the system. I don't like anything about this game. There's absolutely nothing I enjoy about this game. But the thing is, I don't know if that's the point. I don't know if the point is that it's supposed to be a terrible tabletop role-playing game. Like, that's the meta haha joke. Like, that's the thing. I don't know if the joke is that it has a terrible layout, and that's the entire gimmick, is that it's... This is why I don't like these meta games, being like, are you being terrible on purpose, or are you just bad? And then it's like, yeah, no, you're just bad. I do not like the system. I think the D4 system is not as good as they think it is. It's not like, oh man, it's so evocative and interesting. The characters do not do things. The characters beg the GM for something to happen. And that's annoying. That's dumb. Like, no, why? Why would you do that? Anything else in this beautiful world, and it's just about begging the GM to do something. Oh, it has a meta progression, man. It's all about learning about the meta. No, like, who cares? What I'm doing in this game is not interesting. I don't feel connected to my character at all because it doesn't matter. It's a bunch of pre-built things that is just like, yeah, congratulations, you're gonna be like everyone else. It's like, oh. This feels like a game that should have a lot more going on than it does. I think that's the problem. It feels like, hey, I've got a lot of stuff happening and this is an interesting experience. But it's not. My character should feel very unique, but it isn't very unique because everything is already kind of pre-playbooked up, if that makes sense. 'Cause that's how they're gonna that's how they're gonna release expansions. I know that, you know that. They're gonna release, oh, here's new starting anomalies, here's some new fucking starting reality, here's some new starting competencies or whatever. Here's new starting shit. You know, here you go. Haha, look, it's funny. It does not vibe with me. I do not like this. It does not I do not gel well with this game at all. Done, and I never have to think about it ever again. Like one of those toys for kids where you assemble the creature from a head, a torso, and a tail of a different creature. Yeah, it's rough. But yeah, I think investigation games are never gonna go anywhere. Like, I think there's always gonna be someone trying to hit that high of I think everyone wants to get that high of the investigation role playing game. Everyone wants to, have the, oh, cool, I'm a cool investigator and I'm doing cool investigating stuff, huh? Everyone wants to do that, but that's a pain in the ass and people don't actually want to play that. They want to have the feeling of doing cool investigation without the threat of ever feeling dumb. And I think that's one of the biggest issues when it comes to I think that's probably one of the biggest issues when it comes to a lot of investigation games, that people don't want to feel stupid when they make the wrong choice. So it's like, as an investigation game, you need to simultaneously make sure that everyone is like, oh, you're doing so well and you never fail, but you also want to have, like, there's actually a challenge, or like, what's the point? Which is one of the reasons I don't like Brindlewood Bay. You don't even need like Shakespeare level intellect to make a good mystery. You don't really need that much. It's just that it's a lot easier to write mysteries. It's a lot easier to direct mysteries. It's a lot easier to deal with mysteries when there's one mind behind things and not it's your mind and 5 other people's who may or may not understand what the fuck you're thinking. Man, I put some really obvious clues down. They'll surely find it must be this crayon I found. Players are fucking stupid. But always remember, like, players are fucking stupid. They will obsess over shit. They will, like, get really weirdly detailed about things. And then they'll, like, look at obvious pieces of, like, oh, wow, look, it's a blood splatter that, clearly shows the sign of the fucking cross, and all these things. That doesn't seem very important. But let's get into it. Can't be any... Morkborg, I love Morkborg. It's Morkborg. Art heavy, rule 0. Ha! Every day I wake up. 5e, STL. STL file. 5e. I'm glad we're seeing the first 5.5e stuff come out, by the way. Something funny to that. Tycoon game. You really don't need that money, Cryptozoic. I know you don't, but you do that. All right. All right, we're doing good. This is fine, right? We're not suffering. Tales of the Valley. It seems like a 5e knockoff. It is a 5e knockoff. That's the best part. You got to remember, Tales of the Valley is Pathfinder to 5e. You got to remember that. New thing bad. We want to go back to the old thing. Oh, hey, Gil is around. Gotta remember, gotta remember. When someone says they've been playing TTRPGs for 8 to 10 years, understand they may have only played 5e because it's been around that long. Yeah, no, it's yeah, I don't know about this one, Kings. I don't know about Duopoly. I don't know about you, everyone. What's our thoughts on Duopoly? Are are we down for Duopoly, everyone? I feel like I should be offended in some capacity. Like, watch the video. Oh God, there is the video. Let's. Jewish questions to answer money? Property cards? Menorah bugs. Menorah bugs. Called them menorah bucks. He called them menorah bucks. Menorah bucks. Menorah bucks. It's a theme Monopoly. There's a lot of ways you could do it. Here's the thing: you could do things of like, I don't know, basing it off of literally anything else other than that. Why don't you just double down on the synagogue stuff? That could be interesting. Like you're trying to build up the synagogues and build up all the local families and stuff. Haha. But you went with Duopoly. Duopoly, and you just play a Monopoly themed about Jews. No one think about this. Did not a single human being think this through? Please tell me. We get to interpret. Okay. Tax evasion. Finally, a game for the rest of us. Poop. Think about poop. me see some of these before. Nothing came out in the past 2 weeks. Yeah, that. Oh, fucking okay. Wings of Valor. Deep-Hell War map. Right, it means a solo game. Alright. Wild Imaginary. Captive for the mule wagon merch for steel legs. Seems interesting enough. It's Weird West stuff. Any of you guys fans of Weird West? Got any Weird West fans out there? See, the thing, it's funny for me. It's pretty extensive as well, too. The funny thing for me is I don't like Weird West as much as I like just straight up West. You get what I mean? I'd rather have the concept. Like, I would rather have like an honest to God Western than like a Weird West. You get what I mean? I don't know. There's something about adding a werewolf to the Western that kind of takes something away from it. I don't know why. Like it's okay, let's check itch.io. Actually, no, we should check out where we get to play the game of trying to interpret Japanese board games. There are dice involved. There's boards involved. Looks like it's a dice assignment game where you're trying to move around the map to control spaces, maybe? Like, yeah, it looks like you're trying to control spaces and control area. It's an area control game a little bit. Looks like a lot of people are involved with it. Yeah, looks like the first game. Oh, you were the tavern guy. You were the guy about trying to effectively do yeah, you had a type and I always respected that. Literally about getting tips from the people trying to get fucking shit faced off of you. It's literally a fantasy hostess club game he did. Alright, I'm in. Fucking, I believe in you. Alright, let's see. What's the most exciting, new, and popular game? You know, Troika, a game that came out seemingly 8 million years ago. Heathfire. What's the game with Heathfire? No. Polish? Oh yeah, that's Polish. Yep, that's extremely Polish. Let's play a game, everyone. Let's read Polish. Yay! We all love reading Polish. army of the knights have been defeated. The wizards of Merlin slipped his pound. King threw himself in prison. Trepidably managed to save at home, gather a team, prepare a bucket of dice, and find out. Narrative fantasy games are one-shot short adventures, middle plan. I have to harass one of my British friends with wait. I must harass people with Polish. That's Cloudbreaker Alliance again. Nevada's Brave Blade Tactics. Alright. Ninjaborg, yeah, Ninjaborg. Woo! Woo! You ever just feel dead inside? I do. I feel dead inside. You know, in real West, probably the whole continent found jack fucking shit and interesting. I mean, there's gold and stuff. The whole continent, nothing cool. Only mentioned 100. Name any good. 2 Polish RPGs. Hey, someone eating good this week. Don't know. From what I've heard, Knave is really good if you like OSR shit brews. If you don't like OSR shit brews, it's not very good. No. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything too exciting. Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I think we're good for today. Well, let's see who's streaming. Anyone? Let's see. I'm gonna end it here for the day. Nothing good is going to come of me staring at the fucking void. Do we have any anime women streaming? Anime women. That's a fucking. I know that fucking troll horns. You cannot hide from me, troll horns. I can sense your homestuckness from 500 meters away. There's someone playing Cloudbreaker Alliance. Wow, we've got fucking no one streaming, do we? You got any recommendations? Any recommendations, anyone, to raid? Anyone? Hello, little robot. Hello, fairy. How are you? Oh, I know you. Oh, I would feel bad if I were raided now with only you guys. Oh shit. Can't raid now. Jeez. Oh, no, it doesn't look like anyone's worth raiding today. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna call it there. Thank you all for watching. Godspeed, good luck. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. See you all at another day. I'm going to go replace window shield wipers now. I'm gonna delay for 30 seconds so I can get the exact 6-hour mark. 20 seconds remaining. So probably maybe hop on the Discord tonight. Do some yapping as one does. Probably work on Fist of Chaos a little bit. Fist of Chaos this week. 0 Hour Squadron. Still debating what to do for Thursday. I might determine that tonight, probably. All right, 3, 2, 1.